Welcome back, Naibe. Glad to see you've made your way back to the chaos. Ready to see some cars race around the track and maybe witness a few epic crashes? Let's get this show on the road. Here's a fun fact about the 2009 Lola Aston Martin B0960. It was a prototype racing car that combined British engineering with a touch of Aston Martin's elegance. This car was built for the Le Mans prototype class and was part of the LMP1 category, aiming to conquer endurance races with style and speed. Despite its sleek design and impressive performance, it didn't quite steal the race headlines, but it definitely made a statement in the engineering world. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to do it. The clock is ticking and those sleek machines won't choose themselves. Hurry up and make your selection before it's too late. Wow, this is quite the matchup. The Bentley Speed 8 from 23 is a legendary car, especially in racing history, but it's pretty aged compared to the Porsche or S-Spider Evo from 28. The Porsche is likely to have the edge in agility and possibly even speed, given its more recent design and racing pedigree. But hey, Amy driving that Bentley might surprise us with some old-school endurance skills. Still, I'd put my money on Takadokibri with that sleek Porsche. It's probably going to take the win and leave the Bentley in the dust. But we'll see how the race unfolds, and I'm definitely ready for some surprises. Alright folks, the race is underway at Lossitzering GP, and leading the pack is to Pisanda Podcast in a 24 Ford, Doran JE4, sitting comfortably on pole. Let's see if they can hold on to that lead, or if the AI decides to spice things up. Two Ps and a Podcast is leading the race, followed closely by Wrath92 in second place, and Badazara in third. Looks like a tight start. Avamsi is on a roll, climbing up to 16th place. Architect is making moves now in 20th place. The Critical Egg is gaining ground, now in 22nd place. Things are heating up. Bodadzeror and Tupizanda podcast are nose to nose for second place. Evolution 954 just nudged up one spot to fourth. Bodadzeror and Evolution 954 are now in a fierce fight for third. Bodadzeror sneaked into second place, leaving the others to chase. Evolution 954 is right behind him, trying to grab third. Maya and Tupizanda podcast are locked in a close fight for fourth. Looks like things are heating up behind the leaders. Maya is climbing up to fourth place. Adialeave is also advancing to fifth. Equinoxto is making the move to ninth. Naturayun Lucky is climbing up to 24th place. The Art is making a move to 26th. The Art and Toadette the Kitty are locked in a close fight for 25th. Beans Streams and Tupizanda podcast are nose to tail for 6th place. Jordan F and Beans Streams are swapping positions for 7th. Zots Fired and Dralit's Go are locked in a close fight for 12th. Beans Streams just overtook someone to take 6th place. Jordan F and Tupizanda podcast are nose to nose for 7th. Bees McGee is climbing up to 13th. Bees McGee and Dralit's Go are battling for 12th. Jordan F is climbing up to 7th place. Equinoxed and Tupizanda podcast are locked in a close fight for 8th. Bees McGee is advancing to 12th. Evolution 954 and Bodadzeror are nose to tail for 2nd place. Equinoxto and Tupizanda podcast are locked in a close fight for 8th. Bees McGee is climbing up to 11th, just one spot ahead. Bees McGee and Naibi are battling for 10th, with little room to breathe. Equinoxto is climbing to 8th place. Naibi is now 9th. Tukidukibre is closing in on Bees McGee, shrinking the gap by over a second and a half. Bodadzeror and Wrath 92 are nose to nose at the front. Maya and Evolution 954 are locked in a fierce fight for 3rd. Tukidukibre just gained a spot, now in 11th. Bodadzeror takes the lead, claiming the top spot. Evolution 954 is inching closer to Wrath 92, cutting the gap by a second. Those two are locked in a fierce fight for 2nd place. Evolution 954 just gained a spot to 2nd place. Maya and Wrath 92 are still locked in a close fight for 3rd. Bees McGee is climbing up to 11th. Jordan F is climbing up to 6th place. Amy is now in 15th. Abonzi and X Ragnaroks are nose to nose for 16th. Bees McGee just nudged into the top 10, inching closer to the front. Tokidokibre and Bees McGee are practically glued together, fighting for that 10th spot. Zotsfire and Tupizanda podcast are neck and neck for 12th. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Wow. Bedazzler, you really outpaced everyone. Guess the rest were just running in circles. Wow. Congratulations to Bedazzler for taking the win. That was an impressive race finish. And a big shout out to Maya for snagging the fastest lap. You can now claim the incredible 29. Lola Aston Martin B. 0960. Who knew AI racing could get so intense? For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering performance. Nonstop is known for its tight turns and technical sections, so a car that can stick to the road and maneuver easily would have the best shot at a good finish. Speed is important, but without the agility to navigate those tricky bends smoothly, it doesn't matter how fast you are in a straight line. So, a balanced setup with good grip and responsive steering would be my top priority for this race. Well, with Super Siggy being a bit of a mystery and Naibi having a decent amount of races under their belt, I'd say Naibi might have a slight advantage here. Even though their win percentage isn't sky high, experience can really make a difference on that track. But hey, in racing, surprises happen all the time, so I wouldn't count out Super Siggy just yet. Let's see who's got the better nerves. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Nonstop and next Aromaville is starting on pole in a shiny 1955 Maserati 300S. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold off the competition. Next Aromaville has taken an early lead. Violetta Mama is right behind in second place, and Ovidus is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. Maya is now in 6th place, climbing 1 spot. Super Siki has moved into 8th place, also up 1 notch. Slippensley the Gaming advances to 11th, climbing 1 spot. Itisidichi. Zombush 86 and Ovidus are nose to tail for 3rd place. Amy just gained 1 spot and is now in 13th. Montyfreeze and Amy are swapping positions for the 13th spot. Jmagishat is in 8th place, driving a 1955 Maserati. 300s looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Naiba is driving a Maserati 300s from 1955, starting in 10th place. Looks like they're holding steady but haven't made a move yet. The car's classic design might be hiding some speed. Dergishat advances to 11th place. Marty Freeze climbs to 13th place. Abomsi jumps 2 spots to 14th place. Oiskatsarot is driving a 1956 Jaguar D-Type, a classic with great aerodynamics. Looks like they're struggling a bit. Currently in the last place and not making much progress. Violetta Mama and Mexico Mavo are nose to tail at the front. Super Sigi and VD39 are locked in a close fight for 7th. Violetta Mama takes the lead, claiming the top spot. Uridos is closing in on Nexaromovo, the gap shrinking fast. They are locked in a fierce duel for 2nd place. Pace CAR is really stalking Ovitus now, closing the gap by over a second. Super Sigi and VD39 are locked in a fierce fight for 7th place. Rosagod Gaming is climbing up to 15th, making some moves. Marty Freeze is driving a Maserati 450 East, which is known for its power and classic racing pedigree. Their race seems to be a bit off pace, currently in the middle of the pack and quite a bit behind the leaders. The track's tight corners seem to favor the faster lap times of the top contenders, but the narrow sections are causing some overtaking struggles for the slower cars. V39 is driving a 1956 Jaguar D-Type, a classic with sleek aerodynamics. They're currently in 8th place, with a fastest lap of 1:15.095. Showing solid pace, but still chasing the top. Abomsi just overtook Marty Freeze for the 13th spot. Looks like they're locked in a close fight for that position. Marty Freeze and Abomsi are nose to nose for 13th place. Oskarot just gained a spot, and is now 15th. Rosagod Gaming and Oscar Zerod are fighting hard for the same spot. Tight race there. Rosagod Gaming just edged ahead of Oscar Zerod for 15th place. They're neck and neck, racing for that spot. Zombush 86 is driving a 1956 Jaguar D-Type. They're currently in 5th place, just behind the Maserati 450's drivers. Looks like they're holding steady, but not quite catching the leaders yet. Rosagod Gaming is driving a Maserati 450s and is currently in the 15th place. Their fastest lap is 1:16.376, so they're holding a decent pace but still behind the leaders. Violetta Mama is leading in a 1952 Jaguar C-Type, which is known for its agility and classic design. She's holding a comfortable lead and has the fastest lap so far, so her race looks smooth and dominant. Wow. Violetta Mama took the checkered flag. Looks like someone was just too fast for the rest. Well done. Wow, Violetta Mama really pulled off an impressive win. Congratulations. That was quite the dominating performance. Can't wait to see if they can keep up that speed in the next race. Absolutely! A fun fact about the 1995 IndyCar series is that it was the last year for the famous Oldsmobile Aurora V8 engine, which was pretty much a throwback to the muscle car era. It was known for its distinctive sound and powerful roar, making the races even more exciting. Plus, that year was notable for the intense rivalry between the Texas native Scott Pruitt and the emerging superstar Jacques Villeneuve. So, it was a season full of adrenaline, fierce competition, and engines that sounded like they belonged on a streetcar, but with the speed of lightning. Well, both cars are pretty classic choices from the mid-90s, so it's going to come down to driver skill, and maybe a tiny bit of luck. The Reynard 95i is a solid racing machine, known for its agility and good handling on twisty circuits like Alton Park Island. Of course, the Lola T9500 has its own charm, with a slightly more aerodynamic design, which could give it a speed boost on the straight. Honestly, I'd give a slight edge to the Reynard for its balance, but the Lola's raw power might make things interesting. It's a close call, but I'd say Dr. Keep Sap Away has a tiny advantage, unless Anonymous Nin83 pulls off a surprise. Let's see how these classic beauties perform. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Alton Park Island track. Maya's on pole in her 1995 Reynard 95i, kicking things off with a strong start. Let's see if she can keep that lead. The race kicks off with Maya leading the pack, followed closely by Amy in second place and Shikamaru holding strong in third. Rundon 69 is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 19. Billy just nudged up 1 to 5th. Billy and Whipfree out 25 are nose to tail for 4th place. Looks like a battle is brewing. Billy advances to 4th place. Blaming Buddha climbs to 7th. Dr. Keep Sap Away moves into 8th. Blaming Buddha and Schmerzen Light are nose to nose for 6th place. Beyond Fu Dark Souls just nudged up 1 spot to 8th. Dr. Keep Sap Away and Beyond Fu Dark Souls are locked in a close fight for 8th. Flaming Buddha just overtook someone to take 6th place. Anonymous Ninety 3 is now in 10th position after moving up 1 spot. Maya and Amy are still neck and neck for first. Dr. Keeps Appleway is gaining on Nulavi, closing the gap to just over a second. Random 69 and Beats with Kev are locked in a fierce fight for 15th place. Dr. Keeps Appleway is holding 9th just behind the leader. Anonymous Ninety 3 is in 10th, so they're close but not quite side by side yet. Looks like a tight battle brewing. Nulavi is really eyeing Goldeming now, closing the gap by 1 per 3 seconds. They're neck and neck for 10th place. Official Classy Live is on the hunt for Cap Holster, closing in by 1.6 seconds. Beats with Kev is currently in the 16th place, driving a Reynard 95.2. Their fastest lap is still unknown, so it looks like they haven't set a quick time yet. The race seems to be slipping away from them. Nulavi is driving a Reynard 95i and is currently in the 12th place. They're slightly behind the leaders but have a decent lap time of 1 minute and 14 seconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not making big moves yet. Maya is holding steady in 4th place. Shikomaru is closing the gap on Amy. Lily is right behind Shikomaru, looking for a way past. Maya is now in 21st place and trying to catch up. Schmerzenberg has just overtaken someone to take 6th place. Beyond Fu Dark Souls is sneaking into 7th, inching closer to the top. Flaming Buddha and Whitfree out 25 are nose to nose for 4th place. Jaxindabox is climbing up to 20th. Raditsuro Activa Vixen is also making moves to 21st. Flaming Buddha is climbing up to 3rd place now. Billy and Flaming Buddha are nose to nose for that 3rd spot. Nulavi and Anonymous Ninety 3 are fighting hard for 8th place. Nulavi and Anonymous Ninety 3 are nose to nose for 8th place. Famaka and Morningstar Soul are locked in a close fight for 12th. Gaming Toe Fight Cancer is climbing up 1 spot to 17th. Wow, Amy, you really took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Wow, Amy really took that race by storm. Congrats on the win, you earned it. As for the car claiming Maya, you crushed the fastest lap, so you get to take home the 1995 Reynard 95. Oh, nice work! Let's see who else can claim their prize next round. Sure thing. Did you know that the Red Bull Ring National Track is famous for its short but intense layout? It only has about 1.5 miles of track, but it's packed with twists, turns, and elevation changes that can really shake up the race. It's like the roller coaster of racing circuits, giving the cars a serious workout in a tiny package. Perfect for keeping the action high, and the drivers on their toes. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The clock is ticking down faster than a snail on a sugar rush. Get those choices in before it's too late, or you'll be stuck with whatever's left. Hey there, Commander Juice. Welcome back to the madness. Glad to see you're still with us for the AI Car Showdown. Buckle up. The race just got more interesting with you back in the chat. Alright, so we've got Commander Juice in a 2012 Ford Focus RS versus a better bloke in a 2016 Opel Astra TC. Opel Astra TCR, both cars have their charm, but the Focus RS is known for its sporty agility and turbocharged power. The Astra TCR, while a solid racing machine, might not have the same level of oomph or handling finesse. Given the Red Bull Ring's mix of curves and straightaways, I'd wager Commander Juice's Focus RS might have a slight edge, especially in acceleration and cornering. But hey, with AI driving, anything can happen. Expect some surprises. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Red Bull Ring National, and Amy is starting on pole with the 2016 Audi TT. Looks like she's got the front row advantage. Let's see if she can hold on to it. The race kicks off with Amy taking the lead, Juana Baquito right behind in second, and Maya settling into third. Looks like a classic front-runner battle shaping up early. Haha! Looks like Commander Juice is trying to summon some good vibes. Maybe the Aerosit Rave emote is about to light up the track, or just a secret code for winning the race. Either way, I'm pretty sure that car's not gonna rave its way to the front. But, hey, it's all about the fun, right? Queen Manda is climbing up to 6th place. Ariu Serial is also moving up to 7. Admin Flash is making a move to 11th. Amy is leading the race in a 2016 Audi TT Cup. Looks like she's holding a solid lead with no signs of trouble so far. Juana Baquito is now in the lead, claiming the top spot. I am closing in on Pone, moving up to 2nd place. Amy is dropping back to 8th. Maybe she needs a turbo boost. Amy is dropping back to 9th place. Scorched Log is climbing to 8th. Uncle Tobin is also moving up to 10th. A Better Bloke is now in 2nd place. Maya and a Better Bloke are nose to nose for that position. Ariu Serial has climbed to 5th place. Commander Juice is really closing the gap on Maya, now just a second behind. They're locked in a tight battle for third place. Akvaiti has made a move, climbing up to 6th place. Scorched Log is closing in on Commander Juice, like a heat-seeking missile. Aryu's Cereal just overtook someone to grab 4th place. Akvaiti is also climbing up, now in 5th. Commander Juice is closing in on Queen Manda, shrinking the gap by 1 second. Dr. Felix has moved up 1 spot into 15th place. Anarchisix and Dr. Felix X are locked in a close fight for 15th. Commander Juice is gaining on Queen Manda, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Uncle Tobin and Scorched Log are nose to nose for 8th place. Frogsworth and Adam Flash are locked in a fierce fight for 10th. Arayu Cereal is now in 3rd place, climbing 1 spot. Uncle Tobin has moved up to 8th place. Frogsworth is in 10th, also climbing 1 spot. Beats with Kev is climbing 1 spot to 12th place. Amy is gaining on Stabagale Killums, chopping the gap by 2/4 seconds. Uncle Tobin is gaining on Commander Juice, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Amy is hot on Stabagale Killum's tail, inching closer with every lap. Uncle Tobin is inching closer to Commander Juice, closing the gap by just over a second. Amy is gaining on Stabagale Killums, chipping away almost 3 seconds. Arayu Cereal is climbing to 2nd place. Dr. Felix is advancing to 14th place. Stabagale Killums and Anarchisix are locked in a close fight for 15th. Abetablok is now in 2nd place. Maya has also moved up 1 spot to 3rd. Akvaiti is climbing as well, now in 4th. Akvaiti and Maya are nose to tail for 3rd place. Uncle Tobin has just climbed into 7th, and Scorched Log is right behind in 8th. Aryu's Cereal is really having a rough time now at 17th place. Akvaiti just gained 1 spot and is now in 3rd. Queen Manda is closing the gap on me, cutting it down by a full second. Commander Juice is driving a 2012 Ford Focus RS and is currently in 7th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite catching the leaders. Abetablok is driving a 2016 Opel Astra TCR and is currently in 2nd place. Looks like he's got a fast lap of 1 minute, .00858, so he's pushing hard. Race seems tight at the front. Wow, Wannabe Kiddo just took the checkered flag. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Nice job. Wow! Wannabe really pulled off an impressive victory. Congratulations! They must have some serious AI racing skills to take the win. Can't wait to see what they do in the next race. Welcome back, Amin-san. Glad to see you've returned to the chaos. Grab some popcorn, because these AI cars are about to give us a show. For this track, I would focus mostly on agility and handling. Cadwell Park GP has tight corners and a lot of technical sections, so a car that can easily change direction and stick to the road would be ideal. Speed is important, but if the car can't handle the twists and turns smoothly, it won't matter how fast it is in a straight line. So, a balanced setup with good grip and responsive steering would be my top choice for dominating this track. Hey everyone, you better get those final selections in before the clock runs out. We don't want any cars left sitting on the starting line feeling lonely. Hurry up and make your picks, time's ticking. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Cadwell Park GP, and leading the pack is Lisa Shibby in the 2006 Mii GT. Looks like she's got the early lead in those classic 2000 slow cars. Let's see if she can hold on. Squat Bender has shot off the line to take the lead. Lisa Shibby is holding strong in second place, while Rosaurus is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle forming early on. Rosaurus just sneaked into second place. Lisa Shibby and Rosaurus are nose to nose for second. Commander Juice is climbing up to fourth. Looks like he's got a plan. Rosaurus just snatched the lead from Squatbender. They're now nose to nose for the top spot. Commander Juice is closing in on the podium, inching up to third place. Commander Juice is climbing to second place. Queen Manda is also moving up to fifth. Looks like they're both on the rise. Queen Manda is climbing up to fourth place. Leah Shibi and Queen Manda are nose to nose for that spot. Amundsen is also making moves, now in sixth place. Lisa Shibi is leading the race in a 26 Mitsubishi Eclipse GT. Looks like she's got a good start and is holding onto her position well. Commander Juice is driving a 1998 Shelby Series 1. They are currently in second place and seem to be closing in on the leader. Looks like a strong race so far. Queen Manda just overtook Squatbender and is now in third place. They're really neck and neck, trading positions every few seconds. Squatbender is currently in fifth place with a Vauxhall Astra VXR. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Their race seems pretty stable so far. The Enclosure Show is making a move and climbs to fifth place. Lisa Shibi is right behind, both racers locked in a close fight for fifth. Nox Exodus is gaining on Amundsen, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Kickass Lady X3 is climbing up to 10th place, moving up one spot. Nox Exodus is driving a 2005 Subaru Impreza WRX STIA. Looks like they're holding steady in 8th place, but the race is tight behind them. Amundsen just sneaked into 6th place. Looks like someone's making a move. Amy and Nox Exodus are nose to nose for 8th. This is getting spicy. Amy is holding 8th place, just ahead of Yam Chubby Panda in 11th. Looks like Amy has a slight edge, but anything can happen in the final lap. Guillaume Cleochot is driving a 1998 Porsche 911 Turbo. Looks like their race is stuck in the back with no lap times recorded, so they might be struggling to keep up. Guillaume Cleochot is closing in on Squatbender, closing the gap by 1 second. Nox Exodus is climbing up to 7th place. Guillaume Cleochot just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Amy is also climbing up to 8th place. Lisa Shibi and Amy are nose to nose fighting for 8th. Squatbender is driving a Vauxhall Astra VXR, which is known for its sharp handling and turbocharged power. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack, struggling a bit with lap times. Amundsen is climbing up to 5th place. Kickass Lady X3 is making her way to 9th. Looks like some strategic moves happening out there. Amy is currently in 8th place with her Spiker C8 La Violette. She's about a second behind the leader and seems to be holding steady, but she might want to pick up the pace if she wants to catch up. Queen Manda is driving a 2002 Honda SXR. She's currently in third place, holding steady with the fastest lap just behind Rosaurus. Looks like she's pushing hard but hasn't quite caught the leader yet. Aminson's driving a 2006 Chevrolet Corvette C6, known for its power and agility. They are currently in 5th place, holding steady but not challenging for the lead. Their fastest lap is a 1:54.183, so they're not pushing the limits yet. Squatbender's Vauxhall Astra Phi XR is known for its quick acceleration and sharp handling. Their race seems to be a bit of a struggle with the 8th place, as they're a little behind the leaders and not making much progress. Rosaurus is cruising at the front with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control unless he slips up. Well, look at that. Rosaurus just took the checkered flag. Guess they're the one to beat now. Wow, Rosaurus took the crown. Congratulations on that victory, you definitely earned it with some slick driving. Now, as for those lucky drivers claiming cars, Amy, you crushed it in the bet race, and can now enjoy a 2003 Spiker C8 La Violette. That's a pretty shiny choice for a street car. Commander Juice, you really went all out with the overtakes today. You can claim a 1998 Shelby Series 1. Which is a sweet ride for tearing up the streets. Great job to both of you. Here's a fun fact for you. Laguna Seca's famous corkscrew turn was originally a simple hillside road before it became part of the racing circuit. It was actually a shortcut for local ranches, and now it's a legendary part of racing history. So, a twist of fate turned a ranch shortcut into one of the most iconic corners in motorsports. Alright everyone, time is running out. Make your last-minute picks, or forever hold your peace. Don't say I didn't warn you when your favorite car gets snatched up. Wow, this is quite the matchup. We have Emin in a modern high-tech McLaren 720S, probably zooming around with all the latest aerodynamics and speed. On the other hand, Bobote is in a classic 1969 Shelby GT500, which has style but might struggle to keep up in a straight-line race against the sleek McLaren. If this was a straight race, I'd give the edge to Amundsen, no question. But Laguna Seca Vintage is tricky with its tight corners and elevation changes. The Shelby's weight and raw power might give it some unexpected moments of brilliance, especially on the tight corners. Still, I'd say the modern car has the advantage overall. But don't count out that vintage muscle just yet. Who are you rooting for? Alright folks, the race is underway at Laguna Seca Vintage, and Orange Funk is starting on pole in that classic 1970 Chevrolet Camaro Z28. Looks like we've got some American muscle ready to make its move. Stay tuned, this could get interesting fast. Basket V has shot off the line into the lead. Master Tagamini 1000 is holding strong in second place. Orange Funk is right behind in third, trying to keep up. Bobote is really making a statement by dropping 11 spots to 19th place. Amundsen is climbing steadily to third place. TD61 is also making moves up to 6th place. Amy just made a huge move to take the lead. Basket V and Amy are nose to tail fighting for the top spot. Defitsets is climbing steadily now in 21st. Basket V and Amy are nose to tail at the front. Servutini just overtook someone to climb to 8th place. Meg's Boring Life and Wangatown 7, 272 are swapping positions for 10th. Basket TV is now in first place. Gamasta to Gamron in 1000 has moved up to second. Amundsen is in third. Looks like the top three are changing places quickly. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Zero Team Live just overtook Yabwa Rwanda for 7th. Amy's really making a comeback from that fall, climbing a few spots. GMN Prime just overtook Yabwa Rwanda and is now in 8th place. They are still close, so expect some more action soon. GNN Prime is climbing up to 7th place. Zero Team Alive and GNN Prime are nose-to-nose for that 7th spot. Next Boring Life and JDN Burn are locked in a close fight for 11th. Zero Team Life is climbing up to 7th place. Meg's Boring Life is inching closer to the top 10. JDN Burn and Meg's Boring Life are locked in a close fight for 11th. Amundsen just sneaked into second place. Official Class Alive and Jade Anburn are locked in a fierce fight for 12th. Amy is chipping away at Bobote, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Wangatang Savan 272 is climbing nicely to 9th place. Official Class Alive is making progress to 12th. And Maya is inching up to 15th. Looks like everyone's on the move today. Lady Yami just sneaked into 4th place, leaving Orange Funk in a close fight for that spot. GM and Prime is climbing 2 positions to sit in 6th. Looks like the race is heating up behind the leaders. GM9 is closing in on Orange Funk fast, just 1.8 seconds behind. Meg's Boring Life has moved up 1 spot to 9th place. Yadianburn has gained 2 positions, and is now in 11th. Demon Prime is closing in on Orange Funk fast, cutting the gap by 2.4 seconds. Zert Gaming Gate is climbing 2 spots to take the 12th place. Maya is also making moves, advancing 1 spot to reach the 14th position. Gamasta Gamer 9000 is gaining on Amundsen, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. GM Prime is inching closer to Orange Funk, with a 1.1 second reduction. GM Prime and Orange Funk are locked in a fierce fight for 5th place. Wow, Basket and T took the checkered flag. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Nice job. Wow, what a finish! Big congratulations to Basket and Fee for winning the race. That was a close one, and they really drove it home. And a shout out to Amundsen for winning the bet race. They can now claim the sleek 2017 McLaren 720S. That's quite the prize. Hope they're ready to take that beauty for a spin. Sure thing. Did you know that the TCR racing cars are designed to keep the racing fair and exciting by using a kit-based approach? That means manufacturers can create their own cars with similar specs, making the races much more about driver skill and strategy than just who has the fastest machine. It's like a big competitive playground where everyone plays by the same rules. Alright everyone, time's running out. Make sure to pick your favorite car before the countdown hits 0. Don't leave me hanging here with no options. Alright, so we've got our Windstorm in the 2016, Hyundai Elantra and Wolf of Echo in the 2014, Suzuki Swift Racing on Circuit Hawaii. Let's be honest, this is like watching a family sedan try to beat a tiny hatchback. The Elantra might have a bit more comfort and space, but in a race, the Swift's smaller, lighter build could give it some sneaky advantages for agility and speed around those twists and turns. Still, I wouldn't count out the Elantra just yet. It's got a bit more power under the hood. If I had to guess, I think the Suzuki Swift might have the edge because of its nimbleness and likely quicker acceleration. But hey, in racing anything can happen, especially with AI behind the wheel. So, I'll put my chips on Wolf of Echo and the Swift for a surprise victory. What do you guys think? Alright folks, the race kicks off at Circuit Hawaii, and commanding the front spot is Commander Juice in a 2015 Renault Clio 4 RS Cup paddock. Let's see if they can keep that lead, or if the AI has other plans. Commander Juice has taken an early lead, with Amy right behind in second. EU20 Plays is holding on to third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Bigoldnerd is climbing nicely to take 8th place. Prodigy Place 58 and Pani 3 are nose-to-nose for 9th. Cirorelia is moving up to 11th. Cirorelia and Prodigy Place 58 are battling for 10th. Apiyop is climbing to 6th place. Caffeinated Car is now in 11th. A Windstorm has moved into 12th. Apiardope is climbing to 5th place. Bigodnut is now in 7th. Wolf of Echo has moved up to 13th. Bigodner just gained 1 spot and is now in 6th place. Prodigy Place 58 also moved up 1 spot and is in 9th. Pani 3 and Prodigy Place 58 are nose-to-tail fighting for 9th place. Owen Storm is in 12th and needs to make a move early. Wolf of Echo is just behind in 14th, so it's a tight battle. Owen Storm has the edge for now, but expect Wolf to try and close that gap soon. Prodigy Place 58 just overtook someone to climb to 8th place. Drivo 192X and Prodigy Place 58 are still nose-to-nose for that 8th spot. Owen Storm and Penny 3 are locked in a close fight for 10th. Penny 3 is driving a 1999 Honda Civic Si. They're currently in the 12th place, so not quite the front runners, but still hanging in there. Caffeinated Car just overtook Penny 3. And now they are nose-to-nose for 11th place. This race is heating up in the mid-pack. The Goldnerd is driving a 2020 Geely Binrui, starting from 10th place. They're currently in 6th, so they're making some moves but still have work to do to catch the leaders. Dre 192X just grabbed the 8th place, climbing up the ranks. Windstorm is chipping away at Prodigy Place 58, closing the gap by over a second. Looks like a battle brewing behind the leaders. U20 Plays is currently in third place with a fastest lap of 1 minute, 42 seconds, and 511 milliseconds. Their Audi TT is holding steady, but they're a bit behind Commander Juice and Amy. The race looks tight at the front. Drevo 192 Kicks just snuck into 7th place. Prodigy Plays 58 and Flanky Frankie are nose to nose for 8. Caffeinated Cars climbing up to 11. Prodigy Plays 58 is climbing up to 8th place. Caffeinated Car is narrowing the gap to Alwyn Storm by 1.3 seconds. Caffeinated Car is climbing up to 10th place. Zuravilia is now in 12th. Looks like they're both on the move. The circuit Hawaii seems to favor the quicker lap times, with the top drivers staying under 1:43. The longer lap times are causing some gaps, especially for the slower cars. Wow, Commander Juice just took the win. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Guess they're the boss of the circuit now. Wow, Commander Juice, you did it. Congratulations on winning the race. You earned that victory. As for the drivers in the top spots, Amy, you've snagged the fastest lap, so you get to claim the 2013 Peugeot 208 R2. Nice work! Keep those engines roaring. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility, because the Sydney Homebush Street Circuit has tight corners and quick turns that demand precise steering and nimbleness from the cars. Power is important too, but if the car can't navigate those sharp curves smoothly, it's a recipe for disaster. So, a well-balanced car that can corner confidently while still having decent acceleration is the way to go here. Hey Commander Juice, I see you're eager for stats. Unfortunately, I can't give you the details on the fly, but I promise the race is more exciting than just numbers. Stick around and watch those AI cars battle it out on the street circuit. Are you thinking about which car to pick for your own adventure? Wow, what a matchup! On one side, we have Fish the Husky in the classic Penske PC23, and on the other, Rosaurus in the Lola T95 Zero Do. Both cars are from the mid-90s, but the Penske has that legendary history and perhaps a slight edge in the reliability department. The Lola, though, is known for its agility. I'd give a slight advantage to Fish the Husky just because of that legendary Penske reputation. Still, on a street circuit like Sydney Homebush, handling and agility matter more than raw power, so it could go either way. This race is going to be a close call, but I'm leaning toward Fish the Husky pulling ahead in the end. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Sydney Homebush. Leading the pack is U20 plays in a 1995 Penske PC23, starting on pole. Let's see if they can keep up that momentum. U20 plays has shot off the line into the lead. Icar 77 is holding strong in second place. Papakatsi is hanging on in third, but expects some early battles to shake things up. Icar 77 and U20 plays are neck and neck for first place. Commander Juice just overtook someone to claim third. Kyroscope is also climbing now in fifth. Maya and Darigos are nose to tail for 6th place. Tangadaki TTV and Amy are locked in a close fight for 12th. Fishta Husky just gained a spot, now sitting 16th. Fishta Husky is driving a Penske PC23, which is known for its balance and reliability. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack, probably just waiting for a chance to make a move. Fishta Husky is driving a Penske PC23, which is known for its balanced handling. Looks like they're holding steady in the middle of the pack, not making any big moves but not falling behind either. The track seems to be favoring the Lola T9500s with most top positions, while the Penske P23s are holding steady. Overtakes look tight, but the tight corners might be making it tricky for the Reynards to catch up. Dank Nuggins is currently in 8th place, driving a Lola T9500 Dog. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Amy is currently in the 13th place, driving a Reynard 95i. Looks like she's making a slow but steady climb through the field. Amy is currently in the 12th place, driving a Reynard 95i. Looks like she's holding steady but not making any moves yet. Fishta Husky is driving a Penske PC23 and is currently in 16th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Commander Juice is driving a Reynard 95i, starting from 4th and currently in 3rd. They've been quick with a best lap of 1 minute, 23 seconds, and are closing in on the leader. Looks like a solid race so far. Spear-like Hail is driving a Lola T9500, which is known for its agility. They're currently in 15th place, with a decent lap time but still a few spots behind the leaders. Looks like a steady race so far. Fishta Husky is holding a slight edge over Rosaurus but not by much. Both are still in the hunt, so it's anyone's race. The IndyCars 1995 cars are pretty evenly matched on this track. But the Penske PC23 seems slightly quicker with the fastest lap. The tight street circuit is probably favoring driver skill over raw speed, keeping the positions pretty close. Wow! Congratulations to U20 Plays on winning the race. That was some serious driving. As for Commander Juice, with the most overtakes, you've earned yourself a classic. A 1995 Reynard 95. Reynard 95i from the IndyCar series is all yours. Well done, both of you. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Ilantaharata Vintage looks like a winding, vintage-inspired circuit that probably demands precise steering and control to navigate those tight corners smoothly. Power is important, but if the car can't handle the twists and turns efficiently, it's not going to finish strong. So, a balanced setup with good grip and responsive steering would be key here. Alright, with Amy's impressive track record of over 2,000 races and 141 wins, she clearly knows her way around the circuit. Being ranked 6th is no joke either, so she's definitely experienced and confident. On the other hand, Uggs Wolfie's details are scarce, which makes me lean toward Amy as the safer bet. But hey, in a race of vintage cars where surprises are the norm, anything can happen. Let's see if Uggs Wolfie can surprise us or if Amy cruises to another victory. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Atlanta Harada Vintage Track. The Deluxe Combo class is starting strong with a classic 1960 Scarab Indy leading the pack from pole position. Let's see if that vintage charm can hold off the competition. Lazy Towners taking the lead right out of the gate. Deluxe Combo is holding strong in second place, while Kevinon is currently in third, trying to keep up. Silva Gaming advances to fourth place. Amy climbs to sixth. Og Swalfei and Amy are nose to nose for sixth. Rob Swizzle is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 7th place. Eganarite is catching up, moving 2 spots to 6th. Indus Platinum is inching forward, taking 8th. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Indus Platinum is climbing up to 7th place. Amy and Uggs Wolfie are nose to nose for 9th. Rob Sizzle is on fire, climbing 4 places to 4. August Wolfie is also making moves, jumping 3 spots to 6th. Amy is gaining ground, overtaking 3 cars to land in 7th. The track seems tight and tricky, making overtakes tough. It's favoring the consistent drivers over the aggressive ones. Indus Platinum is running a Curtis Craft 500B from 1957. They're currently in the middle of the pack. in 5th place, and haven't shown any signs of slowing down. Looks like a steady race so far. While Kevin Onone is driving a 1952 Ferrari 375 Indy. They're currently in 3rd place, holding steady, but not quite challenging for the lead yet. While Kevin Onone just overtook someone to grab 2nd place. Oxlofi is gaining on Amy fast, closing the gap by over a second. Deluxe Combo is driving a 1960 Scarab Indy, a classic that's holding steady in 3rd place. Looks like they're sticking to a solid pace, but no signs of overtaking anyone just yet. Oxlofi is racing a 1958 Maserati 250F, a classic that's known for its elegance and racing pedigree. Looks like they're holding steady in the back, probably just enjoying the vintage vibes. Silver Gaming is driving a Curtis Craft 500B from 1957, which is a classic but not exactly the fastest car on the track. They're currently in 8th place, so they're holding steady but not making much progress. Imbust Platinum is now in 3rd place, climbing 1 spot. Rob Swizzle also moves up 1 spot into 4th. Silver Gaming jumps 2 places into 6th. Rob Swizzle is driving a 1952 Cosmo Affi, which is known for its reliability and classic charm. Looks like he's making a move, currently in 4th place and fastest lap of the race so far. Seems like he's got some serious pace today. Wow, Lazy Towner actually finished 1st. Guess being lazy has its perks after all. Congratulations on the unexpected victory. Wow, looks like Lazy Towner took the victory. Congrats, you absolutely crushed it out there. Well-deserved win. And a big shout out to Amy for winning the bet race too. You can now claim that gorgeous 1958 Maserati 250F. Classic Indy cars never looked so tempting. Great job everyone. This race was definitely a roller coaster. A fun fact about the 1985 Aston Martin Lagonda is that it was one of the first cars to feature a digital dashboard, which looked like something straight out of a sci-fi movie. The design was so futuristic for its time that it confused many drivers, making them feel like they were piloting a spaceship instead of a luxury sedan. Alright everyone, hurry up and make your choice if you haven't already. The countdown is almost over, so pick your favorite car now before it's too late. Well, this is quite the throwback showdown. On one side, we've got Commander Juice in a 1987 Buick GNX, known for its turbocharged V6, and quite a bit of American muscle spirit. On the other, Henfatig is piloting a 1986 Nissan Skyline R31 GT SR, which is a legendary piece of Japanese automotive history, with a reputation for agility and a sporty edge. Given the tracks at Vallelunga, which combines sharp turns and straightaways, I'd lean towards the Nissan Skyline, just because its lighter build and more agile handling might give it an advantage around those corners. The Buick GNX, while a beast in straight-line speed, might struggle with tight turns and finesse. So I'd say Henfatig's Nissan has a slight edge here. But hey, anything can happen in the unpredictable world of AI racing. Let's see who proves me wrong. Alright everyone, the races kick off at Vallelunga Club, and leading the pack is Fraga in a classic 1985 Toyota Celica Supra. It's like watching a blast from the past hit the gas. Dragut has taken an early lead, pulling ahead of Athena CNC, who is holding second place. Smurf20 is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Dr. Monkey 13 is climbing fast, now in 12th place. Sumwood Boy is also on the move, now in 14th. Athena CNC is holding on to the lead, moving up one spot to first. The Eel Art is making a move for second place. Yum Chubby Panda is climbing up to third. Henfatig is sneaking into fifth. Looks like the race is heating up. The Yoat is now in first place. Smurf20 has climbed to fourth. Theskis is in fifth after a two-place jump. Yum Chubby Panda is closing in on Athena CNC, cutting the gap by over a second. Commander Juice has climbed one spot to 7th place. Commander Juice and Henfatig are nose-to-nose fighting for 6th. Commander Juice is climbing up to 6th place. Bacorn is making a move to 8th. Wenny's Guitarist Devia 7 is now 12th. And Wenny's Guitarist 7 and Dr. Monkey 13 are neck and neck for 11th. Commander Juice just overtook someone to take 5th place. Smurf20 and Commander Juice are nose to tail for 4th. Smurf20 is driving in 1985 Aston Martin Lagonda, a luxury sedan not exactly built for quick laps. Looks like they're holding steady in 4th, but no real threats or overtakes happening yet. Commander Juice is climbing up to 4th place. Bacorn is also moving up to 7th. Looks like they're both feeling competitive today. Commander Juice is climbing up to 3rd place. Bacorn has gained 2 spots and is now in 5th. Smurf20 and Bacorn are nose to nose, fighting for 5th. Commander Juice is climbing to 2nd place. Bacorn is now in 4th. Sumboard Boy has moved up to 11th. Yum Chubby Panda is climbing fast into 3rd place. Athena CNC and Bacorn are locked in a close fight for 4th. Theskis is inching up to 6th. Bacorn is climbing up to 3rd place. Wenty's Guitaristic 7 and Sunbird Bowie are nose to nose for 11. Gary 710 just overtook someone to take 7th place. Smurf Wenty and Gary 710 are still nose to nose for 7th. Wenty at event 7 is climbing 2 spots to 10. Wenty guitarist C7 is gaining on Henfati, closing the gap by a little over a second. Sunboard Boy is climbing up to 11th place, making a move. Wenty's guitarist CN7 is really closing in on Henfati, cutting the gap by 2.1 seconds. Toadette the Kitty is climbing 2 spots and now sitting in 12th place. Commander Juice is driving a 1987 Buick GNX, a classic muscle car known for its turbocharged V6 engine. Looks like they're holding 2nd place comfortably with the fastest lap just shy of a minute and 3 seconds. Race seems smooth so far. Athena CNC is climbing to 4th place. Deskies is now 5th. Gary 710 is closing in on M Chubby Panda, cutting the gap by a second. Wenty guitarist Evan is holding on to 9th place, but Henfatig is right behind, looking for an opening. Toadette the Kitty and Sunboard Bowie are neck and neck for 11th, with neither giving an inch. Chinese guitarist CZ7 is climbing up to 9th place. Toadette the Kitty is now in 11th. Looks like some steady progress. Gary 710 just overtook Ian Chubby Panda for 6th place. They are now nose to tail in that battle. The track's tight corners and short straights seem to favor the cars with better handling and acceleration. The top positions are dominated by cars with quick lap times, but the slower lap times at the back suggest some struggles with grip or stability. Wow! Beluart just took the victory at Vallelunga Club. Looks like someone's got the magic touch. Congratulations on the win! Wow, Beluart, you really outdid yourself. Congratulations on winning that race. Now, Commander Juice, you're on a roll. Not only did you get the fastest lap, but you also took home the win. Well played. And that means you can now claim that classic 1987 Buick GNX retro street cars never looked so good. Keep those victories coming. Here's a fun fact about the 2005 Ford GT. It was actually inspired by the legendary Ford GT40 race cars from the 1960s that famously dominated Le Mans. So, essentially it's like a modern tribute with a whole lot of racing history packed into that sleek body. It's like driving a piece of racing heritage, but with more creature comforts and less risk of crashing into a wall. Alright everyone, the clock's almost out. Make sure you pick your favorite car before it's too late. Don't miss your chance to see which one dominates the race. Hurry up and make your selection. Wow, what a lineup! We have Lee Russell in a 2009 Wisman GTM F5, which is known for its sleek design and solid performance, and Rob Swizzle cruising in a classic 1972 Chrysler Valiant Charger, a real vintage contender with a lot of charm. Considering the cars, the Wisman is likely faster on the straightaways with its modern engineering. But the Valiant Charger has that raw muscle car vibe that could surprise us if the AI driver knows how to make the most of its power on those twists and turns. Honestly, my money's on the Wisman to take the lead early. But don't count out the Charger to pull off a surprise move if it can find its groove. This should be a fun race to watch. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Grindelwald Long Track with the combined streetcars class. And its Sarah is leading from pole position, cruising in a 2016 Dodge Viper GTS. Let's see if that Viper can hold on, or if the others will catch up. Commander Juice has shot off the line to take the lead. Its Aurora is holding strong in second place, while Crystal 33 is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle forming early on. Commander Juice and its Aurora are nose to nose at the front. Triad and Maya are swapping positions for fourth place. Jade Selgaming and Rob Swizzle are locked in a close fight for 10th. Leah Roselle is on a roll, climbing 6 spots to second place. Jack Cinderbox is making moves, passing 3 cars to settle into 13th. Commander Juice and Lee Roselle are nose to nose, battling fiercely for second. Commander Juice and Lee Roselle are nose to nose for second place. Quiz 44 is closing in on the Empress, shrinking the gap by over a second. Quiz 44 and the Empress are also fighting for 7th place. Maya is charging through the field, now in second place. Commander Juice and Lee Roselle are locked in a close fight for 3rd. Quiz 44 is climbing up to 8th place. Commander Juice and Lee Roselle are nose to nose for 3rd place. Jade Selgaming and Deluxe Combo are still locked in a close fight for 9th. Raditzeroa Activa Vixen just gained 1 spot and is now in 13th. Commander Juice and Lee Russell are nose-to-nose for third place. Deluxe Combo just snuck into 8th after a sneaky move. Yi Zolgaming and Empress are locked in a fierce fight for 9th. Commander Juice is charging to the front, now in first place. Crystal 33 is not far behind, climbing to 2nd. Lord Scretsby is making a move, now in 3rd. The battle for the top is heating up. Amy is on a roll, climbing to 15th place. Rupsazu just nudged into 12th. Epic Sugar sneaking into 13th. Ready Zero Activa Vixen and Jackson Dabox are nose to tail for 9th place. Amy is closing in on Jordan F, chopping the gap down by a second and a half. Epic Sugar is driving a 1989 Ferrari 348. Looks like they're holding steady in the middle of the pack, not making any big moves but not falling behind either. Deluxe Combo is dropping back to 15th place. Jidsil Gaming is climbing to 5th. Dungarts on 30 is moving up to 6th. Lord Secretsby is driving a 2016 Dodge Viper GTS. They're currently in 3rd place and seem to be holding steady, but no real threats behind or ahead yet. The modern street cars are dominating the top positions with a mix of high-performance models, while retro and vintage cars are mostly mid-pack or behind. The track seems to favor newer tech and speed, giving the modern class an edge. Epic Sugar is driving a 1989 Ferrari 348. Their race looks pretty quiet so far, stuck in 11th place with no lap times recorded. Quiz 44 just overtook someone to move into 3rd place. Ready Zero Activa Vixen and T Empress are nose to nose for 8th. Lyricel is currently in 8th place and has the fastest lap so far. Ropsvizzle is behind in 9th, so Lyricel has a slight edge. Looks like a close finish coming up. Quiz 44 is climbing up to 2nd place. Commander Juice and Quiz 44 are nose to nose for the lead. Lord Zekresby is sneaking into 3rd place. Crystal 33 is on the move, overtaking 3 cars to grab 2nd place. Dongnetson 3 is closing in fast on Jzul Gaming, shrinking the gap by over 11 seconds. Quiz 44 and Crystal 33 are locked in a fierce duel for 2nd. Quiz 44 and Crystal 33 are nose to tail fighting for 2nd place. Amy just climbed 1 spot to 13. Wow. Quiz 44 really sprinted to victory. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Well done on claiming the top spot. Congratulations to Quiz 44 for winning the race. That was a fantastic drive. They really showed everyone how it's done. Well played. For this track, I would focus mostly on agility and handling. Since Codegua Corto D is a relatively tight and technical course, a car that can quickly maneuver through sharp turns and maintain stability at lower speeds would excel here. Speed is important, but the ability to navigate tricky corners smoothly really makes a difference. So, a car with precise steering and good cornering capabilities would be my top choice. Alright everyone, time's almost up. Make your final picks before the countdown ends or risk losing out on the glory of choosing the best AI race car. Hurry up, or you'll be stuck with whatever's left. Alright, we've got a classic versus a bit of a sporty contender here. The Plymouth Prowler is definitely a cool vintage looker, but it's a bit of a relic when it comes to speed and agility. The Mitsubishi Eclipse GT, on the other hand, is known for its sporty handling and decent power back in the day, so it might have the edge on this track. But hey, sometimes the old school charm can surprise us. Given the cars and the track, I'd say Vargala Svet in the Mitsubishi might have a slight advantage in speed and maneuverability. Watch out for those tight turns on Codegua Corto D though. It could be a game changer. Who do you think will take the lead? Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at the Codegua Corto D track. Adanet 44 is on pole, cruising in a classic 2000 Plymouth Prowler. Let's see if that vintage charm can hold off the modern speedsters. Adanet 44 has taken an early lead. Vargala Set is holding strong in second, and Mikkel Brokast is sitting comfortably in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Mikkel Brokast is climbing up to second place. Amper Pinkwolf is also moving up one spot to fourth. Vargala Svet and Amar Pinkwolf are locked in a close fight for third. Tim Tinatia is climbing to fourth place. Zombush 86 is also moving up to 7th. Oxwolfie and Zombush 86 are nose to nose for 7th. Mr. Roche advances to 5th place. Oxwolfie climbs to 7th. Amy moves up to 8th. Amy and Oxwolfie are locked in a close fight for 7th. Zombush 86 and Oxwolfie are nose to tail for 8th place. Zealand Fox of 13 has gained 1 spot and is now in 10th. My turn to make a move. Let's see if I can shake things up. Zealand Fox 213 is climbing to 8th place. Lord Betril is now in 10th. Dehipa 7 has moved into 14th. The race is heating up with some steady gains. Amy just overtook someone to move into 5th place. Mr. Roche and Amy are nose to nose for 5th position. Dylan Fox 213 and Oxwolfie are wheel to wheel for 8th. Dehipa 7 is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 11. Mr. Roche is gaining ground, moving 2 places up to 4th. Amy and Mr. Roche are nose to tail, fighting for that 4th spot. Margala Svet and Amy are nose to tail for 3rd place. Dehipa 7 is climbing to 10th, closing in on Oxwolfie, who's just ahead. Nihiga broadcast better watch out. Amy is gaining fast. The Hyper 7 and Oxwolfie are nose to nose for 9th place. Commander Juice and Zombush 86 are locked in a fierce fight for the 13th spot. Nico Broadcast takes the lead, moving up 1 spot to claim 1st place. Adenut 44 and Nickel Broadcast are nose to tail, fighting for the top spot. Amy is closing in on Adenut 44, cutting the gap by 1.7 seconds. Looks like a race to watch. Adenut 44 takes the lead now. Amy moves into 2nd place. Mr. Roche climbs to 4th. The race is heating up. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Adenut 44 is feeling the pressure from Amy, who is closing in fast. Dreletsko is making a move, climbing to 16th. Rosé Goldeming is right behind, now in 17th. Amy is making a strong push from 10th place and just set the fastest lap. Looks like he's aiming for the top, but he's got a lot of ground to make up. Commander Juice is climbing up to 11th place. Dretsko is making a move to 15th. Rosewak Gaming is closing in on Zombush 86, cutting the gap by a second. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Silent Fox 213 is inching closer to Team Tenatia, closing the gap by a second. Exoaces is climbing up to 14th. Team Tenatea is driving a 2006 Mitsubishi Eclipse GT. They are currently in 8th place, just ahead of the Subaru Impreza driven by Maya. Their race seems steady but not spectacular so far. Amy's holding a solid lead and just set the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control. Silent Fox and Island 40 Storm and 13 is Kleis. Nur Pinkwolf is closing in on Team Tenatia, cutting the gap by 2.5 seconds. Dehiper 7 is moving up to 9th place. Wow. Amy really took the lead and left everyone in the dust. Nice job winning the race. Wow, Amy really pulled off a triple crown, huh? Winning the race, setting the fastest lap, and making the most overtakes all in one go. That's some impressive racing skills right there. Huge congratulations to Amy for that incredible feat. And guess what? Since Amy got the fastest lap, she gets to claim a shiny new 2017 Honda NSX. Modern street cars like that are pretty sweet. Well done, Amy, you've earned it. Here's a fun fact for you. Back in the 1960s and before, the slow car racing class was often called earthbound tennis shoes. Because many of those cars were so basic and simple, they looked like they belonged more on a farm than a racetrack. It was a time when racing was about spirit and ingenuity rather than just speed. So some of those slow cars could still surprise you with their cleverness. Truly a different era of racing. Hey everyone, the clock's ticking. Make your picks before time runs out, or you might end up with a car you didn't want. Hurry up and choose, or you'll regret it later. Alright, this is quite the vintage showdown. The 1965 Toyota 2000 GT is a sleek and sporty machine, known for its smooth handling and classic style. On the other hand, the 1963 Lancia Fulvia Spider has that Italian flair and a reputation for agility, especially on twisty tracks. Considering the Nonstop circuit, which favors nimble and well-balanced cars, I'd say the Fulvia might have a slight edge thanks to its lighter weight and sharp steering. But don't count out the Toyota, as it's no slouch either, and could surprise us if the AI drivers play their cards right. Ultimately, I think the Fulvia might take the victory by a nose. But don't be shocked if the Toyota pulls off a surprise underdog win. Either way, it's going to be a fun race to watch. Hey Commander Juice, I bet that Lincoln's got some classic charm, but in this race, it might just be a smooth operator. Or maybe not. Would you bet on it? Alright everyone, we're kicking off at Nonstop with the cars from the 1960s and earlier. Looks like Wild Cavanone is starting at the front, in a 1949 Cadillac Series 62. That's definitely bringing some vintage vibes to the race. Let's see if the old school charm can hold up. Wild Cavanone has taken an early lead, with Idealov right behind in second place. Max Beerley is holding on to third, but expects some early battles to shake things up. Gameco Yusho is now in third place, climbing one spot. Mermuya has gained 2 positions, and is now in 7. Nox Exodus and Mermuya are nose to tail fighting for 7th place. Mermuya is now in 6th place. Scrooge Champ has climbed to 9. Teretsko is in 12th. 18 12. Looks like everyone's making moves. Lord Zekrisby is now in 14th place, closing the gap with Yaki Ramen. Yaki Ramen and Lord Zekrisby are neck and neck for that spot. Commander Juice has climbed to 15th place, inching closer to the action. Mima Midara is closing in on Whip 3 out 25, cutting the gap by 3 seconds. Nox Exodus is climbing 1 spot to 7th place. Scrooge Champ is also moving up 1 spot to 8th. Gameco Yusho just overtook someone to take 2nd place. Mirmuidar is also climbing up to 5th. Whip 3 out 25, and Mirmuidar are nose to nose for 5th position. Haha, Erasi Dwarve. Looks like someone's ready to turn up the track with some virtual dance moves. Maybe they're hoping their car gets a little extra turbo boost with that energy. Keep the chat lively, everyone. Who knows, maybe the AI is secretly influenced by the vibes. Reineki just sliced through the field to reach 9th place. Mirmidoyada and Max Beerley are nose to nose for 4th. Scrooge Champ is climbing up to 7th, making a move. Mermuidar is climbing to 4th place. Scrooge Champ is making a move to 6th. Reineki is closing in on Nox Exodus, cutting the gap by almost 2 seconds. Theon Clay's show just took the lead now in 1st place. Scrooge Champ is closing in on Max Beerley, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. They are locked in a fierce battle for 5th place. Scrooge Champ is climbing to 5th place. Reineki is chipping away at Nox Exodus's lead, closing in by 1.3 seconds. Yaki Ramen is making a move to 10th. Reineki is closing in on Nox Exodus, cutting the gap by 1.40 seconds. Lord Secretsby has moved up 1 spot to take 13th place. Basket and V has also moved up 1 spot to take 16th place. Mirmuidar is right behind Idealiev now. Just a second and a bit to go. Yakiram is hot on Rieneki's tail, closing in fast. HP Loopcraft is creeping up on Maya, but still a couple of seconds back. Mirmudar is driving a 1965 Toyota 2000 GT and currently sitting in 5th place. Looks like they're holding steady, but not making much progress. Probably saving their energy for a late push. Mirmudar is chipping away at Idealiv's lead, closing in steadily. Rainiki has climbed 1 spot to 8th place. Yaki Ramen is narrowing the distance to whip 3 out 25 quickly, cutting it down by 2 seconds. Yaki Ramen is almost on whip 3 out 25's tail now. HP Lootcraft just snuck into the top 12 up. Nox Exodus is driving a 1963 Lancia Fulvia Spider. Their race looks a bit shaky with the slowest lap so far and being in 9th place. While Kevin Anona is driving a 1949 Cadillac Series 62, they are currently in 2nd place and seem to be holding steady. But their fastest lap is quite a bit slower than the leaders. Looks like they're just cruising along for now. HP Lootcraft is closing in on Yakariman, cutting the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Commander Juice is climbing up 1 spot to take the 13th position. Lord Zekritsby and Commander Juice are locked in a close fight for the 13th spot. Raineki is climbing fast into 6th place. Yaki Ramen is making a move into 9th. Lord Zekritsby is also gaining ground, now 12th. Whip 3 out 25 is driving a 1963 Lancia Fulvia Spider. They're currently in 11th place and seem to be struggling with consistency, as their lap time is significantly slower than the leaders. Wow. The Uncle Joey show took the checkered flag. Guess they're the new king of Nonstop, eh? Well done. Wow, look at that. The Unclosure really outdid themselves today. Big congratulations to them for taking the win. Clearly showing some serious skill, or maybe just having the best AI pilot. Either way, it's all about the victory lap now. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. The Seattle Circuit Reverse has tight corners and quick transitions, so a car that can maneuver smoothly and stay composed through the twists is essential. Power is nice, but without good control, you might find yourself spinning out or losing precious seconds. A balance of responsiveness and stability would be the key to mastering this reverse layout. Alright everyone, time's almost up. Make your picks now if you want your favorite car to have a shot at glory. Don't miss out on the action. Ooh, this is an interesting matchup. The 1958 Van Wall VW5 is definitely a classic, but it's also quite an old-timer in racing years. The Mercedes-Benz WN96 from 1954 has a legendary reputation for its engineering and performance during its time. Since the race is at Seattle Circuit Reverse, those tight turns and quick chicanes might favor the Mercedes, if it has better handling capabilities. But the Van Wall has that vintage charm, and might surprise us with some unexpected speed. If I had to put my money on it, I think the 196 might have a slight edge because of its proven racing pedigree and agility. But hey, in AI, racing anything can happen. Let's see if the vintage charm can outpace the seasoned racing machine. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at the Seattle Circuit Reverse, and it looks like Autumn Thunderbird is starting on pole with a classic 1958 Lotus 16. That's quite the vintage choice to lead the pack. Autumn Thunderbird has shot off the line and taken the lead. I am holding second place trying to keep up. The Betty White Show is in third, but I wouldn't count anyone out just yet. Some Board Boy and Down to Quest are nose-to-nose for 6th place. Commander Juice is climbing up one spot to 9. Commander Juice and Mission Man are locked in a close fight for 8. Fishint is climbing fast into 8th place. Neotexum is sneaking into 10th. Amy is making a move into 13th. Autumn Thunderbird is trying to hold off Maya for the lead. Deathert's just snuck into 15th place and is now battling Zombush 86 for that position. Maya takes the lead, moving up one spot to 1st place. The Betty White Show is closing in on Autumn Thunderbird, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. The Betty White Show and Autumn Thunderbird are locked in a fierce fight for second. Commander Juice is on the rise, climbing 3 spots to 7. Some Board Boy is losing ground, dropping 11 positions to 17. Dre192X is making progress, moving up 1 place to 3rd. Some board boy is closing the gap on DF Wizards by 8.7 seconds. Fishing has climbed one spot to 5th place. Two Gonit TTV and Fishing are nose to nose for 5th place. Commander Juice and Tug on It TTV are neck and neck for 6th place. Amy just gained one spot and is now in 11th. Fishing is creeping up on the Betty White show, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Zombush 86 and Balsamic Vintwo 183 are locked in a fierce fight for the 13th spot. Meg's Boring Life is chipping away at Zombush 86, also by 1.3 seconds. Drevone 192 Wix is climbing to 2nd place. The Betty White show is chipping away at Autumn Thunderbird's lead, closing in by 3 seconds. Mission Man is advancing to 7th place. Mirgutsu is climbing up to 9th place. Zumboard Boy and Balsamic Vin 283 are locked in a close fight for 16th. Amy just gained one spot, now in 9th. Mirgutsu and Amy still neck and neck for 9th place. Commander Juice is closing in fast, shrinking the gap by over 2 seconds. Two Gonit TTV is right behind Fishing now, just a blink away. Balsamic Vin 283 is catching up to Down Talk Quest, closing the gap quickly. Balsamic Vin 483 just overtook Down Talk Quest for 15th place. Looks like they're neck and neck in this tight fight. Sunboard Boy is in 7th, just behind Mission Man in 8th. Plenty of time for a move if they get creative. Fishing is inching closer to the Betty White show, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Meg's Boring Life and Zombush 86 are locked in a fierce duel for 12th place. Down to Quest and Balsamic Vin 283 are battling it out for 15th position. Nerglutsu is driving a 1960 Scarab F1, a car known for its unique design and racing heritage. He's currently in 8th place, but his lap time suggests he's not quite matching the leaders. Looks like he's struggling to find consistency. The Betty White show is now in 3rd place. Two Gonit DTV has climbed to 5th. Mission Man is in 6th. Fishing just overtook Mission Man, and now they are side by side for 6th place. This is getting interesting. Mission Man advances to 6th place. Commander Juice also climbs to 10th place. Nergutsu and Commander Juice are locked in a close fight for 10th. Mirgutsu is climbing up to 10th place. D. Fitzerts is now in 13th. Balsamic Vintwo, 83, has moved into 14th. Balsamic Vintwo, 83 is gaining on D. Fizzards, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Meg's Boring Life is on the hunt for Sunbird Bowie, closing in by nearly 4 seconds. Wow, Maya, you really outpaced everyone. Looks like the Seattle Circuit Reverse was just your playground. Congrats on the win. Congratulations to Maya for taking the checkered flag. Well done on an impressive race. Maya, you also bagged the fastest lap, so you get to claim the 1955 Gordini T32 LE. That's a classic. Amy, you definitely earned your spot by making the most overtakes today. You're now the proud owner of the 1960 Cooper T53. Nice work! And a huge shout out to Core 2 Super for winning 7 races in a row. That's some serious dominance, and those 500 request points are well deserved. Keep it up! Alright everyone, hurry up and make your picks before the time runs out. You don't want to miss out on the chance to see which car will dominate today's race. Get those selections in now. Oh, this is quite the vintage showdown. Autumn Thunderbird and the classic Ferrari 158 is like bringing a legend to the race, but the Lotus 33 driven by Evolution 954 might just surprise us with its nimbleness. Given the car's specs, I'd probably lean towards the Ferrari for its power and speed, but don't count out the Lotus in a twist. Honestly, this race could go either way, but I'd give a slight edge to the Ferrari just because of its reputation for dominating in its era. Let's see if the AI can outshine the legends of the past. Alright folks, the race just kicked off at Ruapuna Park, and Lil Sprout is starting on pole with that shiny 1965 Brabham B T7 tuned. Looks like they've got the early lead, but with cars from the 60s anything can happen. Stay tuned! Lil Sprout is leading the race, followed closely by Youngenstor 202 in second place. Autumn Thunderbird is currently in third position. The pack is still close, so expect some early action. Aperdobe is on a roll, climbing to 5th place after overtaking 3 cars. Aisley is also making moves, now in 12th after passing 3 cars. Amy is having a tough time, dropping 7 spots to 14. Youngenstor 202 is on a tear, now in first place after overtaking 14 cars. Amy is also climbing fast, taking over 12 cars to reach second. Lil Sprout and Amy are nose to nose fighting for second place. Reko Haru G is making a strong push up to 6th place. Aisley is climbing fast to 11. Lil Sprout has taken the lead, now in first. Aisley just sneaked into the top 10, climbing one spot. Nonstop. 102 is closing in on Henfatig, cutting the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Looks like a battle brewing behind the leaders. Evolution 954 is now in first place. Radicero Vixen has moved up to 7. Radicero Vixen and Rekoharu G are nose to nose for 6. Rekoharu G is dropping back to 12th place. Lil Sprout is taking the lead at the top. Radicero Vixen is climbing to 6th place. Rekoharu G is on a roll, climbing 9 places to sit in 3rd. Nonstop 202 and Runner Rampage are nose to tail, fighting for 13th. Lil Sprout and Rekoharu G are nose to nose for the lead. Naya and Autumn Thunderbird are locked in a fierce fight for 4th place. Henfatig is climbing steadily, now in 11th position. Lil Sprout just claimed the lead. Evolution 954 is right behind, trying to catch up. Autumn Thunderbird is sneaking into 3rd. Looks like a tight race at the front. Aisley just nudged into 7th place. Morning Starsel and Egsley still neck and neck for that spot. Lil Sprout is holding a commanding lead and has the fastest lap, so he's pretty much in control unless something dramatic happens. The classic F1 cars are all pretty close in speed, but the track's tight corners seem to favor the more nimble Lotus and Ferrari models. The slow Porsche and Lola are struggling to keep up with the agility of the others. Evolution 954 is driving a 1965 Lotus 33, starting from 4th and now holding 2nd place. They're making a strong move up the field, and their fastest lap is just behind Lil Sprout. Looks like they're pushing hard. Radicero Vixen is gaining on Maya and has cut the gap by 1/32. Aisley has climbed one spot to 6th place. Aisley and Radicero Vixen are now nose to tail fighting for 5th place. Dope is climbing to 6th place. Morning Starsel is catching Aisley, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Morning Starsel is driving a Lotus 25 from 1962. They're currently in 8th place, and their fastest lap is over a second slower than the leaders. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Wow, Lil Sprout really took the crown. Guess all that practice paid off. Well done. Wow, Lil Sprout really pulled it off. Come Congratulations! You must be flying high right now. Great job sitting in that winner's spot. Alright, here's a fun fact about the chain track. It's known for its sharp turns and tricky sections, which makes it a real challenge even for the most advanced AI drivers. Basically, it's like trying to teach a robot to do a dance, but instead of music, it's racing through hairpin bends at lightning speed. It keeps us on the edge of our seats thinking, will it make it or wipe out? Alright folks, time is running out. Make your picks now or forever. Wonder what could have been in the race of the century. Don't let indecision ruin your chances of bragging rights. Get those selections in before it's too late. Well, with just pancakes in the 2012 Lexus GS 350, we're talking about a car that's pretty comfortable and has some good all-wheel drive grip. That could come in handy on Chang's twists and turns. On the other hand, Just Platinum is in a 2013 Scion FRS, which is known for being a lightweight and sporty little number. It might be quicker in corners but could struggle on the straightaways against the more powerful Lexus. So, for this race, I'd probably lean towards the Lexus because of the added traction and comfort. But if the track favors sharp turns and agility, the FRS could surprise us. Honestly, it's going to be a close call and all about who takes the best lines and manages the corners. I'd say it's a toss-up, but I might give a slight edge to Just Pancakes just because of that all-wheel drive. Alright everyone, the race is underway at the Chang track. Violetta Mama is starting from the front in her 2017 Ford Focus RS, taking the pole position. Expect some speed from that one. Violetta Mama has shot off the line to take the lead. Willow Shrub is holding strong in second place. Lithocarp is hanging tight in third, but expect some early action to shake things up. Laricel is making a bold move, climbing 3 spots to reach 19. Lithocarp and Willow Shrub are locked in a fierce duel for second place. Gnavling is gaining ground, climbing 1 spot to 8. Random 69 is on the charge, climbing to 15th place after overtaking 3 cars. Tokidokibre is making a move, jumping 4 spots to 18th. Just Pankakis is also on the rise, overtaking 4 cars to reach 20th. Lithocarp is climbing to 2nd place. Dre192X is also moving up to 5th. Direct Official and Dre192X are nose to nose for 4th. Maya is closing in on Direct Official, the gap shrinking by 1.6 seconds. TPKA is climbing up to 7th place. Navling is also moving up to 8th. Random 69 just nudged ahead of Beef Sliders for the 13th place. They're nose to tail in that battle. Lithocarp is dropping back to 9th place. Willow Shrub is climbing to 2nd. Dre192X is moving up to 3rd. Lithocarp just made a bold move and is now in 2nd place. Maya and TPPPA are nose to tail fighting for 6th. Navling and I are also locked in a close duel for 7th. Random 69 is on a roll, climbing up to 13th place after overtaking 5 cars. Navling and Maya are nose to tail fighting for 7th. Sesatura and Navling are also in a close duel for 8th. Random 69 is on a roll, climbing to 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. Lirzel is not far behind, making a move to 11th place with 4 cars overtaken. Tokidokibre is making a bold push, jumping to 13th place after overtaking 5 cars. Sesatura just overtook someone to reach 6th place. Random 69 is gaining on Maya and closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Tokidokibre is climbing up to 12th place. Random 69 is closing the gap on Maya by 130 seconds. Big Boy Bets has moved up 1 spot to take the 14th position. Rajaba 302 and Big Boy Bets are now locked in a tight battle for 14th place. TPPA just overtook someone to take 4th place. Sasatur is also climbing up to 5th. Random 69 is closing in on me, shrinking the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Dre192X is climbing fast into 4th place. Gnavling and Derek Official are locked in a close fight for 7th. Random 69 is gaining ground, now in 9th. Daruk Official is closing in on TPPPA fast, just 5.8 seconds behind now. Tokidokibre is on the move, overtaking 3 cars to reach 12th place. Sasatur is climbing up to 5th, making a nice little jump. Gnavling is closing in on Random 69 fast, just 6.5 seconds behind now. Henfatig is gaining on Tokidokibre, closing the gap by 5.6 seconds. Gasatur and Dre192X are locked in a fierce fight for 4th place. Random 69 is closing in on TPPA, chipping away at the gap by 1.6 seconds. Big Boy Bet just climbed one spot to 13. Gami also moved up one spot to 14. Wow. Violetta Mama took the top spot. Looks like all those practice sessions paid off. Well done. Wow, Violetta Mama really outdid everyone else. Congratulations. Looks like all that practice paid off. Great job taking the checkered flag. Sure thing. Did you know that Indy Lights cars are like the training wheels for future IndyCar champions? They're designed to give young drivers a chance to sharpen their skills on the track before jumping into the big leagues. It's like a racing boot camp, but instead of push-ups, it's high-speed turns and quick pit stops. Well, with both drivers in the same car and not much info about them, it's basically a coin flip, isn't it? I'd say the race might come down to who's feeling luckier or who manages to keep their cool. Since we don't have any stats or backgrounds to go on, I'd just pick one and hope for a surprise. Hopefully one of them surprises us by pulling off some slick moves. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at America Track and Kayasify is on pole with that vintage 2014 Dallara IL15. Let's see if it can hold the lead or if the others have tricks up their sleeves. Dokido Kibri has taken an early lead. Kayasify is right behind in second. And Erotic is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. Yaming Tofai Cancer is on the move, now in 7th place after overtaking 3 cars. Relaxed View is also climbing, now in 9th after a similar surge. Hemik Media is making progress, now in 12th after overtaking 3 cars as well. Hermit Media is making a move, climbing up to 9th place after overtaking 3 cars. Dude Smokey Blunt is on a roll, passing 4 cars to reach 22nd place. Jerk Plays is also advancing, overtaking 4 cars to settle into 26th. Gaming Toe Fight Cancer is climbing up to 6th place. Rex and Sarah and Gaming Toe Fight Cancer are battling it out for that spot. Dar Rogue is making a move to 10th. Rex and Sarah is climbing up to 6th place. Cover is also moving up to 11th. GC Productions and Cover are nose to tail for 11th. Maya is now in 13th place, closing in on Lithocarp, who is just ahead. Lithocarp and Maya are practically glued together in this scrap for 13th. Starbucks has gained 1 position and is now in 18th place, making a little progress. Instinct is making a move, now in 21st place after overtaking 4 cars. Chubby Boy RJ is also climbing, now in 23rd after passing 4 more. Grampy Europe is dropping back, now in 24th after losing 8 positions. Silver Gaming is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 24. Dude Smoke Blunt is gaining ground, moving 2 spots to 23rd. Queen Manda is inching forward, taking over 25th. Lord Buttrell just nudged ahead of Wayne Trinani4 for 18th place. Wayne Trinani4 isn't giving up easily though. Queen Manda and Silver Bay Gaming are locked in a close fight for 24th. Dar Rogue just overtook someone to take 9th place. Hermit Media and Dar Rogue are still nose to nose for that spot. Swell placed V and Starbucks are neck and neck for 16. Hermit Media is climbing up to 9th place. Swell placed V and Starbucks are nose to nose for 16. Lord Buttrell is climbing nicely to 16th place. Wayne Trinandi4 is catching up to 17. Your Instinct is sneaking into 18. Looks like a little upward shuffle happening. Trash Crashton is on the rise, climbing 4 spots to 23. Starbucks is losing ground, dropping 7 places to 27. Kayosifae is holding strong at the front, just 1 step ahead in 1st place. Wow! Kayosifae really took the lead and crossed the finish line first. Looks like all that practice paid off. Well done! Wow, Kayosifae really pulled off an incredible win. Congratulations to them. That was an amazing race. They definitely earned that victory. Can't wait to see what they do in the next one. Here's a fun fact about the 2016 Mini Cooper Cup. This car is known for its incredible agility and tight handling, making it perfect for those quick, twisty race tracks. It's basically the nimblest little racing pocket rocket you can imagine, proving that size really does matter when it comes to fun on the track. Alright folks, time's almost up. If you want your favorite car to race, better make that quick decision before the countdown hits 0. Don't miss out on the chance to see some AI racing action. Alright, so Amy's in a 2010 seat, Leon TDI in a 2008 Volvo C30. Both are pretty sturdy cars, but they're not exactly racing legends. The Seat Leon TDI is known for its reliability and fuel efficiency, but not necessarily for speed, especially not in racing scenarios. Meanwhile, my Volvo C30 has a smooth ride and a bit of style. But let's be honest, neither of these would win a drag race easily. If I had to pick a favorite based solely on the cars, I'd say Amy's seat probably has a slight edge because of its slightly newer model year and turbocharged diesel engine, which might give it a little extra pep. But honestly, in a race like this where AI controls everything, it's all about how the algorithms handle these cars, not just the specs on paper. So, who do I think will come out on top? I'll go with Amy and her seat just because newer, slightly more sporty cars tend to get the eye's favor in these scenarios. But don't be surprised if the Volvo surprises us. Sometimes the underdog, or undercarriage, manages to pull a win. Alright everyone, Brando Buster is leading the pack from pole position in a 2016 Volkswagen Jetta, so buckle up for some interesting action at Oran Park. Commander Juice has shot off the line into the lead. Brando Buster is holding strong in second place. Bees McGee is right behind in third, trying to keep up. Penny 3 is on a roll, climbing up to 9th place after overtaking 3 cars. Bees McGee is gaining ground, now in second place. Brando Buster and Bees McGee are nose to tail fighting for that second spot. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Amy just overtook someone to move into 4th. Alan 656 and Amar Pinkwolf are both climbing up the field, now in 10th and 11th respectively. Brando Buster is leading the race in a 2016 Volkswagen Jetta. Looks like they're holding on to the top spot so far. Brando Buster is leading the race in a 2016 Volkswagen Jetta. Looks like they're holding on to that top spot pretty well so far. Brando Buster just edged past Amy for 3rd place. Shikamaru is trying to find a way around Maya, but no luck yet. The gap between Maya and Shikamaru is shrinking. Diogo Miracles is in 8th place, with a 2007 Alfa Romeo 156 GTA. Looks like they're holding steady, but not making much progress. The race seems tight with a mix of WTC and TCA cars battling for position. Brando Buster is driving a 2016 Volkswagen Jetta and is currently in 3rd place. Looks like they started strong and are holding their position well. Brando Buster is in the lead with a 2016 Volkswagen Jetta. Looks like they're holding on to that top spot pretty well so far. Husky Hog is in 7th place, driving a 2010 seat Leon TDI. Their fastest lap is just a bit slower than the leaders, so they're holding steady but not quite catching the front runners yet. Narpinkwolf is driving a Volvo C30 from 2008. He's currently in the 11th place, just ahead of some WTC cars. Looks like he's holding his own but not quite in the top tier yet. The Chaotic Weirdo just slipped past Dishonored Fox for the 13th spot. Looks like they're locked in a close fight for that position. The TCA cars are clearly faster, with the top 3 all from that class. The WTCCs are struggling to keep up, likely due to the track favoring the more agile TCA vehicle. Shikamaru is driving a 2004 Opel Corsa 1600. They're currently in 6th place, holding steady but not quite challenging for the lead. Looks like a solid race so far. Gyogi Numericals is driving a 2007 Alfa Romeo 156 GTA. They're currently in 8th place, just ahead of some WTC cars. Their fastest lap is 1:18.915, so they're holding steady but not quite pushing the limits today. Husky Hog just overtook Shikamaru, and now they're nose to nose for 6th place. Looks like a close fight there. Wow, Commander Juice just took the win. Looks like all that juice-powered speed paid off. Well done. Wow, Commander Juice really crushed it. Huge congratulations to them for winning both the race and doing the fastest lap. They definitely earned that bragging right today. And congrats to Amy for winning the bet race. They can now claim that sleek 2010 seat Leon TDI. Looks like it's a good day for winners here. Who's next to claim a shiny new car? For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering performance. The Daytona Road Course is a twisty and technical circuit that tests a car's agility and stability through the turns. Top speed is important, but if a car can't navigate those tricky corners smoothly, it won't do well. So I'd say a balance of good grip, responsive steering, and a well-tuned suspension would be the key to winning this race. Oh wow, this is a battle of the Audis from different years. The 2016 Audi R18 looks sleek and has a bit of experience under its belt, but the 2015 Audi R18 e-tron Quattro comes with hybrid tech, which might give it a slight edge in acceleration and energy efficiency. Honestly, it could go either way. Commander Juice's car might be more reliable on long straights thanks to the hybrid system, but Matrixco's vehicle might handle corners just a tad better with its more recent updates. I'm leaning towards Matrixco with the hybrid advantage. But hey, if Commander Juice nails the strategy, anything can happen. It's a close call and I can't wait to see these two go head to head. Alright everyone, The race is kicking off at Daytona Road Course, and Wei Fuan is leading the pack, driving a sleek 2016 Audi R18. She's starting on pole, so let's see if she can hold that position, or if the others will chase her down. Wei Fuan has taken an early lead, followed closely by Emma Priest and Bucky Bird. Looks like it's going to be a tight battle at the front. Architect and Bucky Bird are nose to tail for third place. Tangadaki TTV just gained a spot and is now in fifth. Yes, 996 and Tangadaki TTV are also locked in a close fight for fifth. Bucky Bird advances to second place. Yama Priest and Bucky Bird are locked in a close fight for second. Yes, 996 climbs to fifth place. Yes, 996 and Architect are battling for fourth. Bucky Bird is really closing the gap on Wei Fuan. Just a second behind now. They're neck and neck for the lead. Yesnin 96 has just overtaken someone to climb into fourth place. Things are heating up at the front. Bucky Bird and Wei Fuan are nose to tail for the lead. Architect is climbing up to take the fourth spot. Yesnin 196 and Architect are locked in a close fight for the fourth position. Yama Priest just overtook someone to take second place. Yama Priest and Wei Fuan are nose to nose for the lead. Tangadaki TTV is climbing up to fifth place. Tangadaki TTV and Architect are battling hard for fourth. Tangadaki TTV is climbing to fourth place. Shoto Todoroki 39 is now fifth. Quimanda has moved into ninth. Bucky Bird advances to second place. Shoto Todoroki 39 and Tangadaki TTV are locked in a fierce duel for fourth. Yesnin 196 climbs to sixth. Bucky Bird and Wei Fuan are nose to nose for the lead. Yama Priest and Bucky Bird are still locked in a fierce duel for second place. Amy just gained one position and is now in 10th. Yama Priest is now in first place. Tangadaki TTV and Bucky Bird are fighting hard for third. Architect and Yesnin 196 are nose to nose for sixth. Tangadaki TTV is climbing fast into second place. Bucky Bird and Shoto Todoroki 39 are locked in a close fight for fourth. Bucky Bird is climbing fast up to third place. Bucky Bird and Tangadaki TTV are nose to nose for second. Architect and Queen Manda are locked in a close fight for seventh. Wei Fuan is climbing fast into second place. Queen Manda and Yasnin 196 are still neck and neck for sixth. Mobius is making a move into the top 10. Amy just gained one spot, now in 10th place. Amy and Wrath 92 are nose to tail for 9th. Theo Art and Mobius are locked in a close fight for 11th. Tangadaki TTV and Bucky Bird are nose to tail for third place. Wrath 92 is climbing up to 8th place. Wrath 92 and Queen Manda are locked in a close fight for 7th. Queen Manda is climbing up to 6th place. Yasmin 196 and Queen Manda are nose to nose for 6th. Matrixco and Commander Juice are battling for 14th. Wow, Yama Priest just took the checkered flag. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Congrats on the win. Wow, congratulations to Yama Priest on winning the race. That was an impressive performance. You definitely earned that victory. And a big shout out to Commander Juice for winning the bet race. You can now claim the 2016 Audi R18, a car that's as sleek as it is fast. Looks like some of you are really racing your way to success today. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility, because Blackwood Rallycross is all about tight turns and quick maneuvers. Speed is important. But if the car can't stick to the road during those sharp corners, it won't matter how fast it is in a straight line. So, a car with good grip and responsive steering would be the winning choice here. Wow, this is quite the throwback showdown. The MG Metro 6R4 is a classic with its rally legend status. But the Lancia Delta HF Integral is known for its exceptional handling and rally dominance. Considering the races on Blackwood Rallycross and car choice is key, I'd say the Lancia has the edge here. It's the kind of car that really shines on tricky, twisty courses like this. But hey, with AI drivers anything can happen. I'd place my bets on the Lancia pulling into first place, but I'll keep an eye out for some surprises. Alright folks, Maricus is on pole in the Group B cars, driving a classic 1984 Audi Sport Quattro Sun E2. This is shaping up to be an epic showdown with that legendary rally icon leading the pack right from the start. Darrigaus has taken an early lead. Maricus is holding strong in second, and Pondon is hanging on in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Maya is charging through the field, now in 19th place after overtaking 3 cars. Maricus has climbed to the top spot. holding a narrow lead over Darigaw's. The battle for first is heating up with Maracas and Darigaw's nose to tail. JC Productions is making a nice climb up to 13. Hiswachingyo is also on the move, now in 14th after overtaking 6 cars. Kufo is dropping back, now in 17th after losing 9 spots. Waffling Gotas and Darigaw's are nose to nose for second place. Crystal 33D just sneaked up 1 spot to 5th. Pondon is inching closer to Naibi, closing the gap by a second and a tenth. Pondon just climbed to 7th place. Hiswach Inyu is chipping away at JC Productions, closing the gap by over a second. Amy is now in 18th, creeping up the field. H2 Hoive is climbing to 3rd place. Crystal 33 is closing in on Waffling Otters, cutting the gap by a second. Commander Juice is making a move up to 7th. Commander Juice and Dre 192 Bex are locked in a tight fight for 6th. H2 Hove and Darigaw's are neck and neck for 2nd place. Commander Juice just gained 1 spot and is now in 6th. Kyroscope and Benoni 1857 are fighting hard for 10th. Kyroscope is on a roll, climbing up to 8th place. Asha 2 Hove just nudged into 2nd, making a little progress. Crystal 33 is closing the gap on Waffling Otters, cutting it down by 2.5 seconds. Dre 192 Gex is really closing the gap on Crystal 33D. Looks like a battle is brewing. Hiswachingyo just overtook someone to land in 12th place. Merchican Live is also making moves up to 13. Things are heating up. Attitude Hova is climbing up to 1st place. Yesterone 33,796 is also making moves, now in 22nd. Banonit 1857 is on a roll, climbing up to 7th place. JC Productions is right behind, also making a move to 8. Pondon is having a tough time, dropping 6 spots to 13. Vanonit 1857 is climbing to 6th place. Majikoblaich and Pondon are both inching closer to the top 10, now in 11th and 12th. Wow! H2 Hove really took the checkered flag. Looks like someone's got the magic touch on the track. Well done! Wow, H2 Hova really pulled it off. Congrats on the win. They clearly know their way around a virtual racetrack. That was some impressive driving, I gotta say. Can't wait to see what they do next. Sure. Sure. Did you know Nola Motorsports Park has a really unique chicane? Called the Death Chicane, because of how tricky it is. It's not deadly, of course, but it definitely keeps drivers on their toes. It's like a fun little obstacle course that separates the quick from the not so quick. Alright folks, time is running out. Make your picks now before the clock hits 0. Don't miss out on your shot to see which car will dominate the race. Well, looking at those two, it seems like we're dealing with a classic speed versus agility matchup. The Volkswagen Golf R is known for its sporty handling and decent power, so Tryhard Triad might have the edge in speed and control. Meanwhile, Rusna Palm 6 in the Yaris, well, that's more of a nimble little car. It could surprise us with some clever maneuvering, but with that less powerful engine, I think the Golf R probably has the advantage here. Unless, of course, the Yaris pulls off some unexpected magic. But I bet on the Golf R taking the win today. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Nola Motorsports Park, and leading the pack is Tryhard Triad in a 2018 Volkswagen Golf. R looks like a solid start for the pole sitter. Let's see if they can hold on to that lead or if the pack catches up. Tryhard Triad is leading the race, followed closely by Rusnapom 6 in second. I am holding the third spot, just trying to keep up. Maya is now in second place, climbing one spot. Commander Juice also moved up one spot into third. Rusnapom 6 and Commander Juice are battling closely for third place. Lin Leak is making a nice climb, overtaking 3 cars to reach 14. Jagishat is inching forward, climbing one spot to 4. Mimuda and Rusnapom 6 are nose-to-tail battling for 5th place. Mirmanudar is now in 5th place, climbing one spot. V39 has moved up to 9th place, also gaining one spot. Lin Leak is making progress in 12th place, moving up 2 spots. Verdi 39 and Kalmetwi are neck and neck for 8th place. Darigaus and Kingrut are trading paint for 15. Commander Juice is climbing up to 2nd place. Vei 39 has moved into 8th. Lin Nilak is now in 11th. The modern street cars are pretty evenly matched, but the track's tight corners seem to favor smaller, nimble cars like the Mazda MX-5 and the Audi S1s. Overalls are still anyone's game. Kingrut is in the 16th place with a 2010 Fiat Punto Evo Sport. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack, probably fighting for every inch. Jabikat is now in 3rd place. Nirmayuda has climbed to 4th. Vei 39 is up to 7. Looks like everyone's making moves. Maya is now in 4th place, climbing 1 spot. Vei 9 has moved up to 6th place, also gaining 1 position. Lin Nilak has advanced 2 spots to 9th place. Kalmetwi and Lin Lilac are nose to nose for 9th place. Tyler just sneaked into 10th, climbing 1 spot. Dr. Felix has just overtaken someone to move into 7th place. Rusna Palm 6 and Dr. Felix are nose to tail, fighting for 7th. Darigaus is climbing up to 14th, making some progress. Linilek just snuck into 8th place. Commander Juice is climbing up to 12th. Kingrut and Shekomaru are nose to nose for 15. Tyler just sneaks into the top 10. Kalmetwi and Tyler are nose to nose for that same spot. Exclusive Agotics and Kingrut are locked in a fierce fight for 16th. Vei 9 is really closing the gap on the Bermuda. Just a 2.5 behind now. Commander Juice and Kalmetwi are locked in a fierce fight for 11th place. Exclusive Gox is making moves, climbing up to 16th place. Commander Juice is climbing up to 11th place. Kalmetwi and Commander Juice are neck and neck for that spot. Shekumaru is chipping away at Darigos' lead, now just 1 second behind. Vei 39 is climbing to 5th place. Lin Nilak is now in 7th. Rusna Palm 6 is closing the gap on Dr. Felix by almost 2 seconds. They're locked in a tight battle for 8th. Vei 39 is now in 4th place. Lin Nilak is cutting down the distance to Memiuda by 3 seconds. Tyler has moved up to 9th place. Wayne Tapsumbonks is driving a 2012 Alfa Romeo Mito Q. They're currently in the 18th position, making some progress but still a bit behind the leaders. Their fastest lap is 2:14.558. Exclusive Gox is climbing up to 13th place. Darigos and Exclusive Gox are nose to nose for that spot. Pentis Tapsumbongi Ikes is also making moves, now in 16th place. Wow, Trehart Triad, you really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on the win. I guess all that practice paid off. Wow. Trihartriad really showed everyone how it's done. Great job finishing at the top. You must be feeling like a true racing legend right now. Can't wait to see if you can keep that streak going in the next race. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering performance. Sportsland Sugo has a lot of tight turns and technical sections, so a car that can stay glued to the road and navigate those curves with precision is key. Raw power is nice, but if the car can't handle the twists and turns smoothly, it's not going to shine here. A balanced setup with good grip and agility would give any driver the edge on a track like this. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking and the cars are revving up for their shot at glory. Make your picks quick or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI decided for you. Don't say I didn't warn you when your favorite underdog ends up in last place. Oh, this is a classic showdown of vintage racing machines. The Hesketh 308D from 1976, a car with a bit of British flair, known for its quirky handling and raw power. On the other hand, the Lotus 77, from the same era, famous for its innovative aerodynamics, which could give it a sneaky advantage on a twisty track like Sportsland Sugo. It's a tough call, but I'd lean towards the Lotus considering its design focus on aerodynamics and cornering, which might give it a little edge on such a technical course. Still, the Hesketh's power could shake things up if it manages to get a good launch. I'm excited to see how this plays out. Who do you have your money on? Alright folks, the race is underway at Sportsland Sugo, and leading the pack is Catgirl TM in the front seat, driving a 1976 Parnelli Thi PJ4. B looks like she's got a strong start. The race kicks off with Archeron 192, taking an early lead, followed closely by Catgirl TM in second. I am holding the third spot for now, but don't blink or you might miss the shuffle. Maya and Catgirl TM are neck and neck for second place. Evolution 954 just gained a spot to sit in 4th. Rikoharu G and Evolution 954 are battling hard for the 4th spot now. Rikoharu G just sliced through the field to grab 2nd place. Commander Juice is also making a move, climbing to 4th after overtaking 3 cars. Rumi Fist 13 is on a roll, passing 4 cars to settle in 6th. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Catgirl TM is closing in on Stankit, cutting the gap by 10 seconds. Shoto Todoroki 39 has moved up 1 spot to 6th place. Rumi Fist 13 and Shoto Todoroki 39 are nose-to-nose for 6th position. Rumi Fist 13 is holding on to 6th place, but Shoto Todoroki 39 is right on their tail, ready to pounce. Gabitha Minimac and Axton Hits are locked in a close fight for 9th with no clear winner yet. Hell's Kank and Famaka are battling fiercely for 11th, and it's anyone's game. Hell's Kank moves up 1 spot to 11th place. Famaka and Hell's Kank are nose-to-nose for 11th. Slip's Leader Gaming is closing in on Famaka, shrinking the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Hell's Kank is really having a rough time dropping to the back of the pack at 19. Famaka is climbing up to 11th, inching closer to the top 10. Slip's Leader Gaming is also making progress, now 12th, just behind Famaka. Shoto Todoroki 39 is gaining on Architect, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Famaka is inching closer to Gabitha Minimac, cutting the gap by 1 second. Catgirl TM has moved up 1 spot to take 19th place. Catgirl TM and Stankit are locked in a close fight for 18th place. Billy and Rumi Fizz 13 are locked in a close fight for 7th place. Famaka just gained 1 spot to move into 10. Gabitha Minimac and Famaka are now battling it out for 10th place. Axton Hits is closing in on Bilil, the gap shrinking by a second. Slip's Leader Gaming is climbing 1 spot to 11th. Figurata Sport is gaining on Gabitha Minimac, closing the distance by 1.7 seconds. Billy is driving a Shadow DN5B, which is known for its sleek design and agility. They're currently in 8th place but have a slightly slower fastest lap compared to the leaders. Looks like they're holding their own but might need a push to climb higher. Catgirl TM is in the lead with the Parnelli VPJ4B, starting from the 1st position. Their lap time is solid, at 1 minute 34 seconds and 23 milliseconds. Looks like they're holding on to the front spot pretty well so far. Billy and Rumi Fist 13 are neck and neck for 7th place. Famaka and Axton Hits are locked in a close fight for 9th. Blackbeard is closing in on Figure 8 Sport, cutting the gap by just over a second. Figure 8 Sport is driving a Hesketh 308D and is currently in 14th place. Their fastest lap is over a second slower than the leaders, so the race seems a bit sluggish for them. The track's tight corners and short straights are favoring the quicker lap times of the front runners. The slower lap times from some drivers suggest grip issues, or maybe just the track's tricky nature. Shojoto Doroki 39 is holding the fastest lap, but is in 7th place. Looks like he's saving the best for last. Wow. Archer Zone 92 just took the top spot. Looks like they were aiming straight for victory and hit the bullseye. Well done! Wow! Archer 192 really stole the show, didn't they? Congratulations! That was an impressive performance. Looks like they've got the skills to turbocharge their way to victory. Great job, Archer 192. Certainly! In the 1970s, the slow car racing class was often called the economy class, because it featured cars that were more about fuel efficiency and budget-friendly driving rather than speed. It's like watching a turtle race where everyone's dressed up in racing suits. Adorable, but not exactly breaking speed records. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost over, so make your decision before all the good ones get snatched up. Don't miss out on the chance to cheer for your favorite racer. Time's ticking. Hey, Bjorn Vortex. Great to see you back in the stream. Hope you're ready for some high-speed AI madness. Sit tight, it's about to get exciting. Wow, what a throwback showdown we have here. On one side, we have Calico Bunny in a classic BMW 2002 Turbo from 1973. A car that's got some turbocharged charm and a bit of that vintage flair. On the other, Max Beerley racing a 1969 Fiat Dino 2400, which is more of a stylish Italian masterpiece, but might struggle a bit on the modern track layout. Honestly, the BMW's turbo might give it the edge in speed and acceleration, especially on Donington's fast curves and straightaways. The Fiat Dino, while undoubtedly gorgeous and a nice piece of history, might fall behind in overall performance. So, if I had to wager a guess, I'd say Calico Bunny's BMW has a slight advantage here. But hey, with AI driving, anything can happen. Maybe the Fiat Dino will surprise us all with some vintage charm and slick handling. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Donington Park National and Amy's on pole with her classic 1971 Puma DB. Those 70s cars might be slow, but they sure have style. Let's see if she can hold on to that lead. Zikopal has taken the lead right out of the gate. Amy is holding strong in second place. GM Prime is currently in third, trying to keep up. GM Prime and Amy are nose to tail for second place. Pumpkin of Flurry just overtook someone to sit in fourth. Beef Sliders is climbing up to sixth. Hot Swords just overtook someone to take 7th place. Hot Swords and Beef Sliders are nose to nose for 6th. Skozer Ops is climbing up to 9th. Calico Bunny is driving a 1973 BMW 22 Turbo. They are currently in the 16th place, so they're not exactly leading the pack, but still hanging in there. Hot Swords is climbing nicely to 5th place. Two Peas in the Podcast is inching closer to the top, now in 14th. Waffling Godders and Two Peas in the Podcast are nose to nose for the 13th spot. Pumpkin of Flurry is now in 3rd place. Beef Sliders has climbed to 6th. Skozer Obs has moved up to 8th. Skozer Obs and Maya are nose to nose for 7th. Pumpkin of Glory and Amy are nose to nose for 2nd place. Skozer Obs just overtook someone to claim 7th. Beyond Vortex is creeping up to 12th. Pumpkin of Glory is climbing to 2nd place. Patsots is now in 4th. Beef Sliders is closing in on GM Prime, cutting the gap by 3 seconds. They are now battling for 5th place. Patsorts advances to 3rd place. Skotzerups climbs to 6th. Aini, Al, Two Peas and Bjorn Vortex are nose to nose for 11th. Pumpkin of Glory is closing in on Sikapal, cutting the gap by 1 second. Skozer Ops is climbing up to 5th place. Skozer Ops and Amy are nose to nose fighting for 4. Skozer Ops has climbed to 4th place. Tyler Drums 31 has moved up to 15. Waffling Godders and Tyler Drums 31 are nose to nose for 15. Bjorn Vortex is climbing up to 8th place. Two Peas in the Podcast has moved up 2 spots to 10th. Theskis and Two Peas in the Podcast are nose to tail for 10th place. Theskis is driving a 1972 Ford Gran Torino and currently sits in 11th place. Their fastest lap is a 1:38.009. So they're holding steady but not exactly setting the pace. Looks like a solid mid-pack effort so far. Hot Swords is really closing that gap on Pumpkin Ufflery now. GM Prime and Amy are neck and neck for 5th place. Two Peas in the Podcast just sneaked up 1 spot to 9th. Skoza Obs is really closing the gap on Patsors, just 1.6 seconds behind now. GM Prime has climbed 1 spot to 5th place. Beef Sliders is also moving up 1 spot into 6th. Yon Vortex is really eyeing Amy, now, closing in by over a second. Tyler Drums 31 just sneaked past someone and is now in the 11th place. Amy is really closing in on Beef Sliders now. Looks like the gap is shrinking fast. Two Peas in the Podcast just overtook someone and is now in 8th place. The track's tight corners seem to favor the older nimble cars like the Lancia Stratos and Holden Monaro, helping them gain ground. The faster lap times from those cars suggest the track's layout is rewarding agility over outright speed. Skozer Ops just overtook someone to take 3rd place. Two Peas in the Podcast is climbing up to 7th. Tyler Drums 31 is now in 10th, inching closer to the top. Well, look at that. Zikapal taking the checkered flag. Guess all those laps paid off. Well done. Wow, Zikapal really pulled it up. Congratulations to them. That was an impressive display of AI driving skills. Can't wait to see what they do in the next race. Sure. Hi. The 2019 BMW M8 GTE might look sleek and fast. But did you know it's actually built for the track and not for your daily commute? It's a racing machine designed specifically for endurance races like Le Mans. So it's basically the ultimate overachiever of the car world. It's got a twin-turbo V8 that sounds like music and the aerodynamics of a spaceship, making it a real head-turner on the racetrack, and definitely not something you'd see on the grocery run. Alright everyone, the countdown is ticking down, so make sure you pick your favorite car before time runs out. Don't want to miss out on the chance to root for your chosen racer. Hurry up and pick your champion before the clock hits 0. Alright, so we've got Navling in a 2017 Porsche 911 RSR and Captain Trippy in a 2018 Ferrari 488 GT. Both are killer cars, but the Porsche is known for its balanced handling and reliability, especially on tight corners. The Ferrari, on the other hand, has that raw speed and aggressive aerodynamics that can really shine on straights. It's going to come down to the track layout. Buxton's mix of turns and straights might favor the Porsche's steadiness. But if Captain Trippy can leverage the Ferrari's top-end speed in the straight sections, he might have the edge. Personally, I think the Porsche has a slight edge here for consistent laps, but I wouldn't count out the Ferrari making a daring move. It's going to be a fun race to watch. Alright folks, the race is underway at Buxton, and leading the pack from the very start is Gary 17 in a shiny 2012 Aston Martin Vantage GTE. Looks like he's trying to set the pace early, so stay tuned. Gary 710 is leading the race with Amy right behind in second place. Yarn Vortex is currently in third, trying to keep up. Maya is currently in third place and closing in on Cobracle and Gary 710. Cobracle just gained 2 spots and is now in second. Gary 710 is right behind, battling hard for that second position. The race is heating up with some close fighting. Gary 17 and Cobracle are nose to tail for second place. D-Fitz is on the move, climbing 2 spots to sit in 6th. Gary 710 just overtook 2 cars to take the lead. Amy is right behind him, closing in fast. This is getting interesting. Amy is now in the lead, claiming the top spot. King Chu 22 has moved up to 9th place. Matthew Saurus Rex is closing in on Cheese and Dashauer, cutting the gap by 1.1 second. They are now battling fiercely for 11th place. Gary 710 is catching up to Amy fast, only a few seconds behind now. Captain Trippy is closing in on Bjorn Vortex, inching closer with every lap. Gnavlin is making a move on D-Thirds, gaining a solid 2.6 seconds. Things are heating up. Kyosify is slicing through the field, now just over 5 seconds behind Basket and BV. Gary 17 has taken the lead, claiming the top spot. Bjorn Vortex is creeping closer to Cobracle, chipping away at the gap. D-Thirds is gaining on Captain Trippy, closing the gap by almost 4 seconds. Matthew Saurus Rex and Dr. Felix are locked in a fierce fight for 12th place. Kyosify is creeping up on Basket and B, chipping away at the gap by just over a second. D-Thirds is gaining on Captain Trippy, just a second behind now. King Chu 22 is hot on Cheese and Dashauer's tail, closing in quickly. Matthew Saurus Rex has climbed 2 spots and is now in 11th place. Amy is chipping away at Gary 710's lead, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Captain Trippy is narrowing the distance to Bjorn Vortex by 1 second. Maya has climbed 1 spot to sit in 6th place. Maya and Captain Trippy are nose-to-nose fighting for 5th place. Cobracle is gaining on Amy, but still a good distance back. Axton Hits is closing in on King Chu 22 with some speed. Bjorn Vortex is right behind Cobracle now, just over a second back. Amy is slicing through the track, closing the gap on Gary 17 by 130 seconds. Axton Hits is climbing up 1 spot to 10th place. Dr. Felix is also moving up 1 spot, now 11th. Matthewsaurus Rex is gaining fast on Cheese and Ashauer, closing the gap by 17.8 seconds. Cobracle is sneaking up on Amy with a 3.5 second reduction. Gnavling is climbing up 1 spot to take 6th place. Matthewsaurus Rex is in the 11th place with a 2015 seat. Leonda looks like they're struggling a bit with the pace, given their lap time is significantly slower than the leaders. Wow, Gary 17, you really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on the win, champ. Wow, Gary 17 really took the checkered flag. Congrats on the win. You drove like a true champion today. And for Bjorn Vortex, with that lightning fast lap, you've earned yourself a shiny 2018 Ferrari 488 GTE. Not bad at all. Looks like quite the prize for some racing skills. Sure. Did you know that the 1971 Mercury Cyclone was part of the muscle car era and was actually inspired by the Ford Torino? It was built with a sporty flair and could be equipped with some pretty powerful engines, making it a favorite for those who wanted a car that looked mean and performed even meaner. It's like the muscle car's cool older sibling that still knows how to turn heads today. Alright, so Amy's got quite the experience with over 2,000 races and a pretty solid win ratio. She's clearly a seasoned pro and probably knows all the tricks of the trade. Bjorn Vortex, on the other hand, is fresh out of the gate this month, so they're likely still getting a feel for the car and the track. Given that, I'd put my bet on Amy for now. Experience often wins races, especially with classic cars like the 1971 AMC Matador at Super 8 Dado. But hey, maybe Bjorn Vortex will surprise us and bring some new energy to the race. Oh, let's see how it goes. Alright folks, Bacho Grande is starting on pole in his shiny 1972 Ford Torino. Looks like he's got the early lead, but you know how these races go. Anything can happen in this showdown. Bacho Grande has shot off the line into the lead. I am holding second place, just behind. Bjornduns Legerone 1830 is sitting comfortably in third. The race is underway, and the top three are already setting the pace. Your Instinct is now in third place, climbing one spot. The Lightning Thief has moved up to fifth place, also gaining one spot. Bamaka is now in seventh place, climbing one spot as well. The NASCAR 1970 cars seem pretty evenly matched, but the track might be favoring the more classic models like the Ford Torino and Dodge Charger. The top spots are tightly contested, so the combo keeps it competitive. The Lightning Thief is holding the fastest lap, but is stuck in fifth. Looks like he's trying to make a move, but hasn't quite found the right moment yet. Bjornduns Legerone 1830 is driving a 1971 Dodge Charger, currently in fourth place. Their fastest lap is 0:29.589, so they're holding a decent pace but still behind the top three. Looks like a solid effort so far. Bjornduns Legerone 1830 is driving a 1971 Dodge Charger Detector. They're currently in fourth place, just behind the top three. Looks like they're holding steady but need a bit more speed to catch the leaders. Bjornduns Legerone 1830 is driving a 1971 Dodge Charger, a classic muscle car known for its power and style. They're currently in fourth place, just behind the leaders, and their fastest lap is pretty close to the top. Looks like they're pushing hard but still chasing that podium. Gary 17 is driving a 1972 Ford Torino, which is a bit of a step up from the others in this race. He's currently in 10th place, holding steady but not making much noise. Looks like he's just cruising along for now. Bamaka is driving the 1971 Ford Torino and is currently in 8th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite catching the leaders yet. Amy is holding a slight lead over Bjorn Vortex, but it's close enough for a dramatic finish. Amy is leading the race in a 1971 AMC Matador Dotto. She's holding her position well and has the fastest lap among the top six. Looks like she's got a solid pace today. Wow, Bacho Grande really pulled off a fantastic win. Huge congrats to them for taking the checkered flag. Now Amy, with the fastest lap, you get to claim that vintage 1971 LMC Matador. That's quite the classic ride. Enjoy that piece of racing history. Sure. Did you know that the Central International Circuit in Indonesia was originally built for motorcycle racing and had a reputation for being super challenging because of its sharp turns and elevation changes? It's like the roller coaster of racing tracks. Now, it's mostly used for car racing and testing, but those twists and climbs still keep drivers on their toes. It's basically a thrill ride wrapped in asphalt. Alright everyone, this is your last call. The time to pick your favorite AI car is almost up. Make your choices fast before they zoom out of the selection screen. Don't miss your chance to root for the sleekest, fastest, or just the most eye-catching car out there. Get those selections in now! Oh, this is a classic battle of the big muscle versus the lightweight zoomer. Frankie's Mercedes is like a battleship on wheels. Big, heavy, and probably more comfortable than my living room. But that weight might slow him down a bit on those tight corners. Meanwhile, TPPPA's Mazda RX-7 Turbo is all about agility and speed. Thanks to that lightweight and turbocharged engine. It's like comparing a tank to a dart. Honestly, in a race like this, I'd put my money on the Mazda. It's just got that nimbleness and turbo boost that could give it the edge. But hey, don't count out the Mercedes just yet. Sometimes size and comfort win the day, or at least make for a good show. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Central International Circuit. Frankie is starting on pole in a 1990 Mercedes-Benz 560cc. So let's see if that old school style can keep up with the new kids on the block. Frankie has taken an early lead. TPPPA is right behind in second, and Bjorn Vortex is holding strong in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Shots Fired is on a roll, climbing 4 places to 9. Jon Dunslegeron 1000, 1830. Just snuck into third. Wolf of Echo is inching closer to the front, now in fifth. Shots Fired is slicing through the field, now in 6th place after overtaking 3 cars. Amy and Shots Fired are nose to tail for 6th position. Stankit and Official Class Alive are locked in a close fight for 9th place. Shots Fired and Wolf of Echo are neck and neck for 5th place. Patzords is climbing up to 12th place. Pondon and Patzords are fighting hard for 12th. TPKPA and Flanky Frankie are nose to nose for the lead. Zotsfied is climbing up to 5th place. Amy is closing in on Wolf of Echo, cutting the gap by a second. TPKPA has just taken the lead, moving up to 1st place. Bjorn Duneslegerone 1830 and Flanky Frankie are locked in a close fight for 2nd. Zotsfired is climbing up to 4th, making a little progress. Zotsfired is climbing fast, now in 2nd place. Bjorn Duneslegerone 1830 and Zotsfired are nose to tail for 2nd. Amy and Wolf of Eco are locked in a fierce fight for 6th. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Zikapol is gaining on Queen Manda, closing the gap by over 2 seconds. Potswords is inching closer to official class alive, narrowing the distance by 1 second. Potswords is now in 10th place, climbing 1 spot. Pondon has also moved up 1 spot into 11th. And I am now in 13th after a little bump forward. Official class alive is dropping back to 21st place. Queen Manda is closing in on Wolf of Echo, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. They're locked in a tight fight for 7th place. Zotsfired and TPPPA are nose to tail at the front. Amy has just slipped into 5th place. Zikapol is now in 8th, closing in. Zotsfired just took the lead, moving up to 1st place. Zikapol is gaining on Wolf of Eco, closing the gap by 140 seconds. Zikapol just climbed 1 spot to 7th place. He's now in a close fight with Bjorn Vortex for 6th. Wolf of Eco and Zikapol are also battling for 7th. Zikapol just gained a spot, and is now in 6th place. Bjorn Vortex and Zikapol are nose to tail battling for that 6th spot. Potswords is also climbing up, now in 9th place. Wolf of Echo and Bjorn Vortex are nose to tail for 7th place. Pondon just gained a spot and is now 10th. Queen Manda and Pondon are locked in a close fight for 10th. Wolf of Echo and Bjorn Vortex are still neck and neck for 7th place. Potswords is closing in on Wolf of Eco, cutting the gap by 140 seconds. Maya just climbed 1 spot to 11th. Looks like the race is heating up. Wolf of Echo is climbing to 7th place. Jmegishat is advancing to 12th. Maya is closing in on the pack, looking for an opening. Flanky Frankie and Amy are still locked in that 4-way fight. Hermit Media just gained a spot, now in the 13th position, and is eyeing Queen Manda. The battle for P13 is heating up. Amy just overtook someone to climb to 4th place. Zikapol is now 5th after gaining a spot. Aussie Dwu 2002 is closing in on Emma Priest, cutting the gap by over 2 seconds. The retro cars are surprisingly competitive on this track. with the Nissan Skyline leading, and the Mercedes not far behind. The slower cars are holding their own, but the tight corners seem to favor the more agile models like the Mazda RX-7 and Renault Clio. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Zikopal is closing in on the top 5, moving up to 4th. Blanky Frankie is right behind him in 5th. Amy is now in 11th, trying to find her rhythm again. Zikopal is really closing in on Bjorndun Sleegaran at 1830, just a second apart now. Jamagishat is climbing up to 11th place, making some moves. Maya is holding steady in 6th, not giving up any ground. Zikopal is hot on the heels of Bjorndun Sleegarani 1830, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Yamapriest just moved up 1 spot to 17th. Thickbots 84 is gaining on Aussie 2002, closing the gap by 1 second. Wow, Shots Fired really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on the win, you must be feeling pretty unbeatable right now. Wow, Shots Fired really must have some secret AI magic up their sleeve. Congratulations on winning the race. Looks like they're the one to beat today. Sure thing. Did you know that Mount Panorama, the track at Bathurst, is actually a mountain with a racing circuit built right on top of it? It's like racing up a giant hill with some serious twists and turns, making it one of the most challenging circuits in the world. It's basically a roller coaster for cars and the kind of place where you better bring your A game or end up taking a scenic ride to the top. Alright folks, the clock is winding down. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to jump in, or forever hold your peace. Don't miss out on the chance to see which AI-powered beauty takes the checkered flag. Well, this is quite the vintage showdown, isn't it? The Lola T260 from 1969 definitely carries that classic racing charm, with its sleek design and history behind it. On the other hand, the Ferrari 712 from 1970 brings that iconic Italian racing pedigree to it. Now, considering Bathurst's challenging circuit, the car's handling and agility are crucial. The Lola's lightweight and nimbleness might give it an edge through the tight corners, but the Ferrari's power and stability could dominate the straights. Honestly, I'd give a slight nod to the Ferrari because of its reputation for speed and control. But knowing AI, They might surprise us with their quirky driving styles. So, I'd say it might come down to who manages their vintage beast better around those iconic turns. Let's see who makes the vintage magic happen. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Bathurst with Can-Am cars. Maya is on pole behind the wheel of a classic 1969 Lola T260. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold its lead. Arlo Ghost has shot off the line to take an early lead. Maya is holding strong in second place, trying to keep up. Penny 3 is right behind in third, waiting for a mistake. Maya takes the lead, climbing to first place. Penny 3 and Arlo Ghost are nose to nose for second. Shalesy advances to fifth, inching closer to the top. Renok T4 and Bjorn Vortex are nose to tail for the 10th spot. Starbix and Nerbstarks are locked in a close fight for the 18th position. Renok T4 and Ovidis are nose to tail for the 11th spot. Edzos 21 and Illicitone 1000. 95 are locked in a close fight for 23rd. Nerbstarks is driving a 1970 Pontiac Firebird, a classic muscle car known for its power and style. They are currently in 18th place, so their race seems to be a bit of a struggle, maybe battling traffic, or just not hitting their stride yet. Shalesy is driving a 1969 Lola T260. They're currently in 5th place, holding steady but not quite challenging for the lead. Looks like a solid race so far. Nerbstarks is racing a 1970 Pontiac Firebird Dia. They're currently in 18th place, so they're not exactly leading the pack but still in the hunt. Kushk and Bjorndonsligerone, 1830, are nose-to-nose for 8th place. Renok T4 is inching up to 11th. Tokens Flora is also climbing, now 12th. Dr. Monkey 13 is driving a vintage AMC Javelin. They're currently in 14th place and seem to be holding steady without much drama so far. Tukins Flora is climbing up to 12th place. Renok T4 and Tukins Flora are neck and neck for that spot. Archerona 92 is advancing to 25th place. Shalesy is gaining on Catgirl TM, closing the gap by a second. Zikapal and Archerone 192 are nose to nose for 25th place. Renok T4 is driving a 1969 Lola T163 Duo. They are currently in the 13th place, just behind the leaders. Looks like a steady race, but they might need a bit more speed to climb higher. Shalesy is slicing through the field, closing in on Catgirl TM by another second. Bjorndonsliga Rona 1830 is climbing up to 7th place. Jeroffa Kitten is making moves, now in 21st. The Can-Am cars are dominating the top spots with consistent performance, showing the track suits their power and handling. Vintage Transom cars are trailing behind, likely struggling with the technical sections or acceleration. Agrit's 34 is climbing to 7th place. Dr. Monkey 13 is making a move to 13th. No surprises yet, just steady progress. Amy is driving a Lola T260 and is currently in 7th place. Their fastest lap is just over 2 minutes and 11 seconds, so they're holding a decent pace, but still chasing the leaders. Agrit's 34 is holding off Amy by a car length for 6th place. Igen Wright and Drelitsko are nose to tail for 16th. Agrit's 34 is now in 6th place after a smooth move up 1 spot. The battle for 6th place between Amy and Agrit's 34 is heating up. Philoscopebeim has climbed to 21st place, still making progress. Cherofa Kitten climbs to 21st place. Elite Citone 1095 is gaining on Edsos 21, closing the gap by a second. Zikopal and Archeron 192 are locked in a fierce duel for 25th. Igen Wright is driving a 1968 Pontiac Firebird. They're currently in 18th place, maintaining a steady pace but not quite challenging the top. Wow, Maya. Looks like you just took the checkered flag. Guess all that practice paid off. Congratulations on the win. Wow, what a fantastic victory. Congratulations, Maya. You really showed those cars who's boss. And with the fastest lap, it looks like you're in the perfect position to claim that beautiful 1969 Lola T260 Can-Am. Well deserved. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd say the 1954 Mercedes-Benz W196 would probably take the win. It's a masterpiece of engineering with a proven record in Formula One during its time. Plus, on a track like Easton Creek Druitt, where handling and top-end speed are essential, it's likely to come out ahead. The other cars are fantastic classics, but the 196's combination of power, aerodynamics, and racing pedigree makes it a standout choice for winning a race on that circuit. Alright everyone, Time's running out, so you better make your picks before the countdown hits 0. Don't miss your chance to choose the car that will dominate this AI race. Get those selections in quick. Wow, this is a classic showdown. Both cars are absolute legends from the 50s, so it really comes down to handling and who's got the better AI strategy today. The BRM P25 is known for its agility and power, but the Connaught Type B has a reputation for being surprisingly nimble and balanced. My money's on the Connaught, mainly because the driver's got classic British charm and a knack for staying cool under pressure. But honestly, it's anyone's race. Let's see who's got the fastest AI brain today. Alright, everyone. The race kicks off at Eastern Creek Druid Track with the F1 1950 class. Bjorn Slegerone 1830 is lined up on pole, cruising in a classic 1958 Porsche 718 RSK. Let's see if vintage can outpace the modern madness. Bacon is leading the race, followed closely by Trash Crashton in second place. Bjorn Slegerone 1830 is currently in third position. The race is off to a quick start. Bjorn Vortex is climbing to third place. Aussie Wolf Gaminchix 2017 is making a move up to 9. Captain Trippy and Enner Pink Wolf are locked in a close fight for 10th. Cliftzone and Bjorn Slegerone 1830 are neck and neck for 4th place. Captain Trippy has gained 2 spots and is now in 9th. Captain Trippy and Global's Axel are fighting closely for 8th. Trash Crashton is closing in on Bighorn and has cut the gap by 1.3 seconds. Cliff Zone has moved up 1 spot to take 4th place. Bjorn Slegerone 1830 and Cliff Zone are battling it out for 4th position. Neotexum is climbing to 5th place. Captain Trippy is now 6th. Bees McGee is sneaking into 7th. Looks like everyone's in a little push today. Global Escale just overtook someone to take 8th place. Rumia Fis13 and Stabigale Killums are still battling for 11th, with Stabigale Killums inching closer. Rumi Fis13 is trying to hold on to that spot. Pamaka is climbing 1 spot to 14. Usivogox and Degenerate are locked in a close fight for 16th. Girl of Diamond is also moving up one spot to 18th. Aussie Wolfgang 6017 is climbing up to 9th place. Stephen Brinkley is also moving up to 18th. Girl of Diamond and Stephen Brinkley are nose to nose for 18th. Dash Creston takes the lead. Neotexum climbs to 4th. Stabigay Killams advances to 10th. The race is heating up. Cliffzone just overtook someone to climb to 4th place. Neotexum and Cliffzone are nose to nose fighting for that spot. Aussie Wolfgang 6017 and Global Skexel are also locked in a close duel for 8th. Maya is climbing up to 13th place. Bamaka is now 14. Eganerite is knocking on 15. Looks like the race is heating up. Aussie Wolfgang 6017 and Global Sexel are nose to nose for 8th place. Rumia Fist 13 is climbing up to 11th. Murmur Pink Wolf is inching closer to Christ Gopher, closing the gap by a second. Bjorn Vortex is climbing to 2nd place. Neotexum is also moving up to 4th. Neotexum and Bacorn are nose to nose for 3rd. Captain Trippy is climbing up to 3rd place. Beast McGee is gaining on Neotexum, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Beast McGee and Neotexum are locked in a fierce fight for 5th. Famaka is climbing 2 spots to 12th place. Girl of Diamond is advancing 1 spot to 15th place. Stephen Brinkley is also moving up 1 spot to 17th place. Wow! Trash Crashton took the win? Looks like they finally decided to show up and claim the top spot. Well done! Wow! Trash Crashton really pulled off the win. Congratulations, you must be thrilled to take that victory. Now, for the lucky drivers who can claim a car, I have to say Maya, since you won the bet race, you get to add a 1955 Connaught Type B to your collection. Well done! Keep those engines roaring, everyone. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Automotodrome Grubnik circuit, I'd go with the 1999 Lamborghini DR. It's got that perfect combination of raw power, aerodynamic finesse, and a racing pedigree that just screams winner. Plus, I imagine it would look pretty spectacular slicing through those curves. The other cars are all impressive, but the Diablo GTR just has that extra edge for a track like Grobnik, where speed and agility really make all the difference. Alright folks, the clock is ticking. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to jump in, or forever hold your peace. Don't make me start calling out names and forcing you to pick the slowest one, just for fun. Well, given the cars involved, it's a classic case of vintage muscle versus maybe a slightly more refined oldie but goodie. The Mercury Cougar XR7 MSA from 1990 probably has some racing pedigree on its side, especially with that IMSA badge. It might have a bit more aerodynamic finesse and perhaps better handling in tight corners. On the other hand, the Oldsmobile Cutlass from 1988 is a solid choice, but it's more of a muscle car that excels in straight-line speed rather than nimble cornering. My bet is that the Mercury Cougar will take the win, primarily because it's built with racing in mind and might handle the twists and turns of Automotordrome Grobnik just a tad better. But hey, in AI world anything can happen, so I'm ready to be surprised. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Automotordrome Grobnik. The car in the lead is a classic, a 1990 Mercury Cougar XR7 MSA, and it's starting on pole. Let's see if it can keep up with these high-tech contenders. Telescope has shot off into the lead right from the start. Smurfwendy is holding on to second place, trying to keep up. Henfatic is in third. But watch out, the pack is already closing in. Smurfwendy takes the lead, claiming first place. Beef Sliders and Menemeistyler 21 are nose-to-nose for 9. Lord Zekretsky advances 1 spot to 11. Maya is now 7th, climbing 1 spot. Beef Sliders and Menemeistyler 21 are nose-to-nose for 9. Autumn Thunderbird is making a move, up 2 spots to 12. Rukimiriki and Naibe are nose-to-tail for the 19th spot. Naibe just edged ahead, but Rukimiriki isn't giving up yet. Siroria is climbing up to 3rd place. Henfatich and Siroria are nose-to-nose for 3rd. I am inching closer to the top 6. Amy is on a roll, climbing to 2nd place after overtaking 3 cars. Maya is hot on her heels, also up 3 spots to 3rd. Aussie Wolfgang 6017 is not holding back, pushing through to 4th after a quick surge. Telescope Beame is on a roll, climbing 5 spots to 2nd place. Aurelia is storming through the field, overtaking 8 cars to grab third. Henfatig is making steady progress, moving up 2 places to fourth. Billiscope Dime is gaining on Smurf 20, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Beef Sliders and My Style 21 are locked in a fierce fight for 9th place. Naive is climbing up the field, moving up 1 spot to take 18th. Amy is driving a 1986 Toyota Celica Imsa GTO and is currently in 5th place. Looks like she's holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Aussie Wolf Gaming Jix 2017 is on a roll, climbing up to 4th place after overtaking 3 cars. Henfatig is having a tough time dropping back to 12th. Amy is also losing ground, now in 15th after dropping 10 positions. Henfatig is making a strong push, now in 4th place after overtaking 8 cars. Amy is also climbing fast, moving past 10 cars to sit in 5th. Beef Sliders and My Style 21 are nose to nose for 9th place. Looks like a battle to watch. Aurelia is driving a 1986 Toyota Celica Imsa GTO, currently in 2nd place. Their fastest lap is a 1:27.58, which is the quickest among all cars so far. Looks like they're pushing hard to stay ahead. Aussie Wolf Gaming 2017 is making a move, climbing 3 spots to take the 4th place. Aurelia is now in the lead, moving up 1 spot to take 1st. Smurf 20 and Aurelia are nose to tail, battling hard for the top spot. Amy is on a roll, now in 4th place after overtaking 4 cars. Henfatig is climbing smoothly, now in 5th position. Naiba and Chaosify are nose to nose, fighting hard for 17th place. Chaosify and Naiba are nose to tail for the 17th spot. Ruki Muriki just gained a position, and is now 19th. Chaosify is driving a 1994 Alfa Romeo 155 TS. They're currently in 17th place and seem to be struggling with pace, as their lap time is significantly slower than the leaders. Aussie Wolf Gaming Jix 2017 is having a tough time and drops to 12th place. Amy is closing in on Billiscope Dime, cutting the gap by 1/4 seconds. Maya is climbing up the field, moving 2 spots to take 5th. Aussie Wolf Gaming Jix 2017 is on a roll, climbing 6 places to take 6th. Henfatig is also making moves, climbing 2 spots to 5th. Aussie Wolf Gaming 2017 is driving a Porsche 961 LM, a classic endurance racing machine. They're currently in 7th place, holding steady with a decent lap time, but not quite catching the leaders yet. Bubute is driving a 1996 Volcal Vectra, and they're currently in 14th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Wow, Cyrelia took the checkered flag? Looks like someone was saving their best for last. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Cyrelia really pulled off the Triple Crown. That's no small feat, winning the race, snagging the fastest lap, and overtaking like a pro. Congratulations to them! It's like they had the race on lock from start to finish. Can't wait to see if anyone can top that performance next round. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Since Highland's Short is a compact and twisty circuit, a car that can navigate tight corners smoothly and respond quickly to driver inputs will have the upper hand. Speed is important, but the ability to maintain control through sharp turns and avoid unnecessary spins really makes a difference here. A balanced setup with good suspension and steering precision would be key to dominating this race. Alright folks, the clock is ticking. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make it happen. Don't leave your favorite behind just because you hesitated. Let's get those choices in before it's too late. Wow, this is quite the matchup. On one side we have Amundsen in a vintage rough CT R2, a car known for its raw power and that classic turbocharged punch. On the other, Downtoquist is behind a Maserati Ghibli, which is more refined and luxurious but might struggle a bit with the raw speed needed on this track. Given the track is Highland's Short, and considering the power-to-weight ratio, I'd probably lean towards Amundsen's rough winning this one. It's built for speed and agility on tight courses like this. The Maserati might look fancy, but in a race like this, I think the rough's aggressive nature gives it the edge. Let's see how it plays out. Think Amundsen can take it? Hey WayneTrain94, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you popping in again. Hope you're ready for some AI car racing action? Alright everyone, the race is underway at the Highlands short track, and Orange Funk is leading the pack. Driving a classic 1994 Subaru Alcyon S VX. Looks like they've got a pretty decent start, so let's see if they can keep this momentum. Orange Funk has shot off the line and taken the lead. Wenty's Tabsumbong 6 is holding strong in second place. I am holding the third spot, but expect some fireworks soon. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Down Telquist is now 9th, closing in. Shoot 'em Up is making a move, now 11. Amy is climbing fast, now 4th. Maya is closing in on Amy for 3rd place. Shoot 'em Up is climbing to 10th, and Aussie Wolfgang Jigs 1017 is now in 12th. The race is heating up. Maya is closing in on the car in front. Shoot 'em Up just gained a spot, now in 10th. Maya is closing in on the 3rd place battle, while Aussie Wolf Gaming 6017 is climbing up to 11th. Justin Gilks and Jay Biogi are nose to nose for 16th. Maya is holding steady in the lead. Amy just snuck into 3rd place. Justin Gilks is climbing fast to 15th, but Lightning Thief is right on his tail. This battle for 15th is getting spicy. Wenty Tabsumbong 6 just snatched the lead, now in 1st place. Amin San is climbing up to 6th. Hi. Shoot 'em Up is pushing into 8th. Race getting interesting. Shotskis and Amundsen are nose to nose for 6th place. Aussie Wolfgang Jix 1017 is climbing up to 10th. Justin Gilks and Asironi are locked in a close fight for 14th. Amundsen just sneaked into 5th place. Shoot 'em Up and Shotskis are nose to nose for 7th. Aussie Wolfgang Jix 1017 is climbing to 10th. Asironi is driving a 1993 Ford Mustang SVT Cobra.0. They're currently in the middle of the pack, and seem to be holding steady without any major moves. Maya. Better watch out, Amundsen is gaining ground quickly. Justin Gilks is also closing in on Tangaducky TTV. Fast. Justin Gilks just climbed 1 spot to 13th place. Justin Gilks and Kickass Lady X3 are nose to tail for 12th place. Shoot 'em Up is climbing to 5th place. Aussie Wolfgang Jix 1017 is now 8th. Justin Gilks has moved up to 12th. He's leading and has the fastest lap, so he's clearly got the pace. Expect him to try and hold that position till the end. Shoot 'em Up is now in 4th place. Aussie Wolfgang Jix 1017 is closing the gap on Amundsen, cutting it down by a 1.5 seconds. Maldox FTF is climbing up to 9th place. Aussie Wolfgang Jix 1017 is really closing in on Amundsen, cutting the gap by over a second and a half. Maddox FTF just climbed one spot to 8th place. Shotsky's also moved up one spot to 9th. Looks like the race is heating up behind the leaders. Shoot 'em up is climbing fast into 2nd place. Aussie Wolfgang 1017 is chipping away at Amundsen's lead, now just 1.5 seconds behind. Kickass Lady X3 is making her way into the top 10, up 2 spots. Shoot 'em up is gaining on Anti-Tapsumbonks, closing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Aussie Wolfgang 1017 and Amundsen are nose-to-nose for 6th place. Maldex FTA is on the move, cutting down the distance to Aussie Wolfgang 1017 by 3.2 seconds. Wow, look at that. Iti Tapsumbonks took the top spot. Guess all those practice sessions paid off. Wow, what a racing legend! Congratulations to Anti-Tapsumbonks for crossing the finish line first. That was an impressive display of AI driving skills. Looks like they really took the checkered flag with style. Alright, here's a fun fact for you. Back in the days of the 1960s and earlier, racing cars were often powered by engines that were a lot less refined and a lot more daring. People used to race with cars that had way less safety gear and way more attitude. Imagine driving a vehicle that's basically a big chunk of metal with a motor and no fancy tech to keep you safe. It's like the Wild West of racing, just with more speed and less regulation. So, when you see these slow cars racing today, just remember there was a time when slow was a relative term and these cars were quite the adrenaline rush. Hey everyone! Time's almost up, so make your picks before the clock runs out. Don't miss your chance to see which car will dominate this race. Hurry up and make those decisions. Oh wow, this is quite the vintage showdown. We've got Wolf of Eco in a 1961 GA 1600 Mark II, which is a classic British beauty known for its charm and lightweight. On the other hand, Douze Moquia Blanc is behind a 1959 BMW 507, a sleek, stylish machine famous for its looks and smooth ride. In a race on Puebla Roval, which has its twists and turns, I'd say the BMW 507 might have a slight edge when it comes to handling and speed, especially considering its sporty pedigree. But don't count out the MG. Momentum, driver skills, and a bit of luck could flip the script. I'm leaning towards the BMW 507 sneaking into first place. But it's close enough to keep us all guessing until the checkered flag drops. Alright everyone, we're kicking off at Puebla Roval with Frankenballs on pole in a 1959 Austin Healey 106. It's like bringing a butter knife to a race. But hey, let's see if vintage charm can outrun modern speed. The race kicks off with Frankenballs leading the pack, followed closely by Team Tenadia in second and Down to Quest in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Samun Zamun is making a splash, moving up 3 cars to take the 16th place. Matt Asperry is climbing 2 spots to grab the 3rd position. Toadette the Kitty is also on the rise, moving 2 places to sit in 5th. Toadette the Kitty is climbing up to 4th place. Caffeinated Car has gained 2 spots and is now in 6th. Hemit Nadia and Caffeinated Car are nose to nose for 6th place. Pondon just overtook 3 cars in a flash to grab the 14th spot. Alexia Yaxnetet nudged up 1 place to 13th. Emerald Take 398 and Pondon are now nose-to-tail fighting for 14th. Caffeinated Car is climbing nicely to 5th place. Commander Juice is also making moves up to 8. Anarchizix and Commander Juice are nose-to-nose for 8th place. Looks like a tight squeeze coming up. Commander Juice is climbing up to 7th place. Anarchizix is also moving up to 8. Pondon is making a move to 14th. Salmon Samun is climbing to 14th place. Pondon and Salmon Samun are nose-to-nose for that spot. Violeta Mama is advancing to 27th. Commander Juice is climbing up to 6th place. Anarchizix and Down to Quest are still nose-to-nose for 7th. Nitserobstarks is making a move to 10th. Eggsirobstarks and Hermit Media are battling for 9th. Anarchizix is climbing up to 7th place. Grandelive is now in 9th after moving up 2 spots. Sasatur has also gained 2 positions and is now in 10th. Chubby Boy RJ is on a roll, climbing from 24th to 21st. Grandelive just nudged into 8th place, inching closer to the top. Alexia Yaxnati is making a move, now in 11th, closing the gap. Chubby Boy RJ is making a nice climb up to 17th place. Maya is closing in on Aussie Wolf Gelmingschicks 1017. The gap shrinking by over 7 seconds. Nitserop Starks is having a tough time, dropping 12 spots to 29. Toadette the kitty is climbing to 3rd place. LXX28 is making a move up to 9. Pondon is now in 13. Pondon and Salmon are nose to nose for 12. Caffeinated car is gaining on Mattisbury, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Commander Juice is on the hunt for caffeinated car, closing in by 3.5 seconds. Salmon is climbing up the field, moving into 11th place. Caffeinated car is climbing nicely to 4th place. Salmon is making a move up 2 spots to 9. LXEX Elite and Salmon are nose to nose for 9th place. Salmon is closing in on Crandelive, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Pondon has climbed 1 spot to 11. Sasatur has also moved up 2 spots to 12. Looks like Pelivan is turning into a little showdown between Pondon and Sasatur. Salmon is climbing to 8th place. Chubby Boy RJ is making a solid move to 13. Next, Romaval is inching up to 15. Caffeinated car is closing in on Toadette the kitty, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Chubby Boy RJ has climbed 1 spot to 12. Waintra 94 has also gained 1 position, now in 18. Mattisbury is climbing to 4th place. Commander Juice is narrowing the gap to Caffeinated car by over a second. Salmon is catching up to Anarchy 6, closing the distance by 1.6 seconds. Crandelive is really having a tough time dropping to 21st place. Chubby Boy RJ is making a nice climb up to 10th. Sasatur is also moving forward, now in 12th. Crandelive is dropping like a stone, now in 27th place. Salmon is climbing steadily, now in 6th. Commander Juice and Salmon are nose to tail fighting for that 6th spot. Chubby Boy RJ is climbing fast, now in 9th place. LXA and Chubby Boy RJ are nose to nose for 9. Hermit Media is chipping away at Down Turquoise lead, closing in by nearly 2 seconds. Hermit Media and Down Turquoise are locked in a close fight for 16. Salmon is climbing to 5th place. Anarchy 6 and Commander Juice are neck and neck for 7. Chubby Boy RJ is closing in on Anarchy 6, chopping the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Salmon is climbing to 4th place. Chubby Boy RJ has gained 2 spots and is now 7. Hermit Media is narrowing the gap on Wolf of Echo by over a second. Wow. Frankenbalts just took the checkered flag. Looks like they were on a roll today. Congrats on the win, champ. Wow, look at that. Frankenbouts crushed it and took home the victory. Great job. They clearly have a knack for this racing thing. Can't wait to see what they do in the next race. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd say the Koenigsegg Agera RS because it's known for its incredible speed and engineering marvel. It's a real threat on any track, especially one as potentially twisty as Codegua Corto A. Of course, the Lotus Emira and the Radical SR3 might have some surprises up their sleeves with their nimbleness. But overall, I'm betting the Agera RS would take the win here. Welcome back, Katsushuk. Glad to see you've returned to watch our crazy AI car races. Hope you're ready for some high-speed chaos. Alright everyone, listen up. We've got some exciting special event races happening 3 times a week. Mark your calendars for Mondays at 1 p.m., Wednesdays at 7 a.m., and Fridays at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. If you want all the juicy details, make sure to join the Discord because that's where the magic happens. These events include a full practice and qualifying session, so the drivers better bring their A game. And then of course we get to watch a pretty lengthy race. Trust me, it's worth sticking around for the drama and the surprises. So don't miss out, join the Discord and stay in the loop. Hey everyone, if you want to stay in the loop with the stream, and maybe even join a team for the monthly challenge, just type !Discord in chat. The bot will then send you a link to the Discord server. It's the best place to keep up with all the car racing chaos and team updates. So go ahead, don't be shy. Alright, everyone listen up. Every car in this simulator is modeled with real-world physics, so they behave just like the actual thing. Picking the right car can seriously make a difference in who crosses the finish line first. So think smart. Choose wisely. And let's see which virtual vehicle dominates the race. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost finished, so make sure your choice is in before the race kicks off. Don't miss out on the fun. Well, considering the speed and engineering prowess of a 2015 Koenigsegg, a Jera RS, I'd say Wayne Trey 94 has the edge here. It's a supercar built for raw acceleration and top speed, definitely a contender for a quick victory. On the other hand, Joey Pastrana's 2009 Morgan Aero Supersports is charming and unique, but it's more about style and cruising than racing prowess. So unless the race turns into a leisurely Sunday drive, I'd put my chips on Wayne Trey 94 to take this one. Alright everyone, this race was requested by Amy, so make sure to thank them after. We're kicking off at the Codegua Corto, a track with the modern slow cars class. Katsuyuk is starting on pole in a 2019 SSC Tuatara, so let's see if they can hold on to that lead. Katsuyuk has taken an early lead. Zongbush 86 is right behind in second, and I'm holding on to third for now. Let's see if anyone can shake up this order. Wayne Trinity 4 is just ahead of Amy for 5th place. Brando Booster is holding off Betsma for 7th. Indigo Pate and Brando Buster are nose to nose for 8th. Gatel Gaming is on the rise, climbing 3 spots to 15. Owing Storm is also making moves, overtaking 3 cars to reach 20. Amy is inching closer to the top, moving up 1 spot to 5th. Imogen Tempus is climbing nicely to 6th place. Buckyboard and Lazy Towner are neck and neck for 12th. H2 Hoega and Naturalian Lucky are locked in a close fight for 16th. Wenika Tapsumbong 6 is on a roll, climbing from behind and now in 3rd place. Betsmar and Imogen Tempus are locked in a close fight for 7th. Buckybird is gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to 11th. Wayne Trinity 4 is climbing up to 8th place. Buckybird is closing in on Indigopit and has cut the gap by 2 seconds. Lazy Towner has moved up to 13th. Wenyi Tapsumbong X is closing in on Zombush 86, cutting the gap by 1.4 seconds. Wayne Trinity 4 is climbing up to 7th place. Wayne Trinity 4 and Amy are battling hard for 6th place. Wentis Tapsumbong X is now in 2nd place. Wayne Trinity 4 has climbed to 6th. Betsma is now in 9th. Alwyn Storm is on a roll, climbing to 15th place. Wayne Trinity 4 just nudged into 5th, and now Joy Pastrami is right behind him, both fighting for that 5th spot. Buckyboard is chipping away at Lazy Towner's lead, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Owing Storm has climbed 1 spot to 14. Naturalian Lucky has also gained 1 position, now in 16. The fight for 15th is heating up, with Naturalian Lucky and JZL Gaming locked in a tight battle. Wayne Trinity 4 is climbing up to 4th place. Imogen Tempus and Amy are nose to nose for 7. Wayne Trinity 4 is closing in on Zombush 86, cutting the gap by over a second. Amy and Joey Pastrami are locked in a fierce fight for 6th place. Winning Aditerskida 7 is climbing up to 9th, making moves. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Imogen Tempus is closing in on the top 5. Alwyn Storm is making a move to catch the middle pack. The track seems to favor the fastest lap times for the top contenders, especially Kadashu and East Tapsumbongs, who are pushing the limits. The tighter corners might be causing some overtaking chaos, but overall, speed on the straights is making the difference. Wayne Trinity 4 is closing in on Zombush 86, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Imogen Tempus has climbed 1 spot into 6th place. Wendy Gutter 7th has also moved up 1 spot into 8th. Alwyn Storm is driving a 2017 Spyker C8 Preluator, currently in the 12th place. They've been steadily climbing with a fastest lap of 6.395, showing some good pace. Looks like they're making moves but still have some ground to catch up. Wayne Trinity 4 is really closing the distance on Zombush 86. Imogen Tempus and Amy are neck and neck for 5th. Maya is on the move, closing in on Imogen Tempus and eyeing 6th place. Winnie Tapsumbongians is gaining on Kazushuk, closing the gap by over a second. Wayne Trinity 4 is narrowing in on Zombush 86, almost a second and a half closer. Winnie Tapsumbongians 7 is climbing up to 7th place, making moves. Winnie Tapsumbongians is gaining on Kazushuk, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Buckyboard has climbed one spot to take the 13th position. Naturayon Lucky and Indigo Piti are locked in a close fight for 14th place. Winnie Tapsumbongians is now right behind Kazushuk. Looks like a move is imminent. Wayne Trinity 4 is gaining on Zombush 86. Not much time left before they're nose to tail. Wendy's Terrace 7 is inching closer to Imogen Tempest, but still a bit of a stretch. Amy is gaining on Wayne 24, closing the gap to just over 10 seconds. Winnie Tapsumbongians is catching up to Kazushuk, now only 2.8 seconds behind. Winnie Guitarist D7 is inching closer to Imogen Tempest, just a second separating them. Wendy Tapsumbongians is gaining on Kazushuk, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Wayne 24 is closing in on Zombush 86 with a 2-second push. Imogen Tempest is climbing up to 5th place, leaving someone behind. Wayne Equais 7 is climbing to 6th place. Alwyn Storm is now in 10th. Buckybird has moved up to 14th. Zombush 86 is gaining on Enki's Tapsumbongians, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Buckybird and Betsmar are nose-to-nose for the 13th spot. Cap Holster and Naturayan Lucky are locked in a close fight for 15th. Wayne Trinity 4 is climbing up to 3rd place. Buckyboard is making a move to 13th. Cap Holster is advancing to 14th, closing in. Maya is maintaining a steady pace in 5th place. Winnie's Guitarist D7 is feeling the heat from Amy, who is now just behind by a second. Alwyn Storm is inching closer to Joey Pastrami, closing the gap to less than a second. Imogen Tempest is gaining on Zombush 86, closing the gap by 3 seconds. Maya is catching Alwyn Storm, narrowing it down by 2.5 seconds. The two of you are locked in a fierce fight for 10th place. Wendy Tapsumbongians is really closing the gap on Kazushuk, just 2.6 seconds behind now. Buckyboard has moved up one spot to take the 11th position. Indigo Peta has also gained one position, now 12th. Branda Booster and H2 Hove are locked in a tight fight for the 20th spot. Papa Cassie is gaining ground on Branda Buster, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Windstorm and Joey Pastrami are nose to tail for 9th place. Naturally Unlucky and Cap Holster are locked in a close fight for 14. Morningstar Soul and Lazy Towner are battling it out for 18. Imogen Tempus is really closing the distance on Zombush 86. Our Windstorm just moved up one spot to 9th place. Buckyboard is chipping away at Joey Pastrami, closing the gap by over 2 seconds. Rennie Vitara 77 is gaining on Imogen Tempest, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Buckybird and Joey Pastrami are nose to nose for 10th place. Cap Holster is climbing up to 15th, making moves. Hey AI Raphael. Glad to see you back in the chat. Hope you've been well. We're just about to kick off another round of AI cars racing. It's always a wild ride here. Sit back and enjoy the chaos. Wing T, Tap Sumbong 6, takes the lead, now in first place. Imogen Tempus is gaining on Zombush 86, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Indigo Pete is inching closer to Buckybird, cutting the distance by 1.5 seconds. Platinumera is driving a 2003 Mitsubishi Evo 8F Q400. They're currently in the 16th place and seem to be struggling with pace, already a few seconds behind the leaders. Amy is currently in 8th place with a Nissan GT-R from 2012. Their fastest lap is over a second slower than the leader, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up. Platinumera is climbing to 14th place. Morningstar is now 16. Lazy Towner is 19. Looks like a little upward shuffle happening. He's leading comfortably with the fastest lap, but the race is long. Don't count out the others just yet. The track seems to favor the faster lap times of the modern street cars, but the tight corners might be shaking up the order with some drivers struggling to keep pace. Zombush 86 is gaining on Wayne 984, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Buckyboard and Joey Pastrami are nose to nose for 10th place. Naturally Unlucky is climbing up to 12th, leaving someone behind. Cap Holster is gaining on Indigopi, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. H2 Hove is also making moves on Lazy Towner, inching closer by a second. Wayne Trinity 4 is holding a solid third, but still a good chunk behind Kazushuk at the front. Joey Pastrami is in the middle of the pack, a bit behind Wayne but with plenty of laps to catch up. Neither has a clear advantage right now. Maya is currently in 8th place with a 2011 Cadillac C TSV. Her lap time is over a second slower than the leaders, so she's not exactly setting the pace. Looks like she's holding steady but not making much progress. Zombush 86 is closing in on Kazushuk fast, just 8.8 seconds behind now. Wayne Trinity 4 has stormed to the top, claiming the lead. Wayne Einstein is chipping away at Imogen Tempest, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Wei Tapsumbongx is gaining on Wayne Trinity 4, closing the gap by a second. Zombush 86 is really pushing, closing in on Kazushuk by nearly 3 seconds. Imogen Tempest just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Kazushuk and Imogen Tempest are nose to tail for 3rd. This is getting spicy. Garagist 87 is now in 4th place. Zombush 86 is gaining, cutting the gap by nearly 1.5 seconds. They are locked in a closure. Amy is gaining on Imogen Tempest, now just over 13 seconds behind. That new Mira is inching closer to Cap Holster, less than 1.5 seconds separating them. Lazy Towner is hot on my tail, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Weni Tapsumbongx just took the lead, now in 1st place. Natural Ayun Lucky is closing in on Buckybird, the gap shrinking by a second. The fight for 11th place is heating up between Natural Ayun Lucky and Buckybird. Katsushuk is climbing to 2nd place. Wainte Quitari Stevin is now 3rd. Zombush 86 is pushing into 4th. The top 4 are getting pretty crowded. H2 Hove is driving a 2012 Dodge Challenger SRT 8. They're currently in the 19th place and seem to be struggling a bit with a lap time over 1 minute and 7 seconds. Jade Ilgaming just sneaked into 7th place. Owen Storm is closing the gap on Waintra 94, shaving off 2.4 seconds. Joey Pastrami and Natural Ayun Lucky are nose to nose for 10th place. Imogen Tempest is right behind Zombush 86 now. Looks like a battle for the 4th spot is heating up. Owen Storm is gaining on Waintra 94, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Wayne Trinity 4 is driving a Koenigsegg Agera RS, known for its blistering speed and sleek design. They are currently in 8th place with a fastest lap of 1 minute, 3 seconds and 459 milliseconds. Looks like they're holding their own but not quite catching the leaders. Amy is gaining on Imogen Tempest, closing the gap to just a second. Cap Holster is right behind Naturally Unlucky, making it a tight battle. H2 Hoave is inching closer to Maya, less than a second now. Imogen Tempest is climbing to 4th place. Amy is closing in on Zombush 86. The gap shrinks by 1.3 seconds. H2 Hoveva is making moves, jumping 2 spots to 15. Hey Naiba, great to see you back. Hope you've been well. Ready to see these AI cars race their little hearts out? Let's get this show on the road. Naturalian Lucky is making a move, climbing to 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. Cap Holster is right behind, also gaining 3 spots to sit in 11th. Amy is inching closer, moving up 1 spot to 5th. Amy is closing in on Imogen Tempest, the gap shrinking fast. HA2 Hove is climbing 2 spots to 13. Lazy Towner is moving up 1 spot to 15. Gatesill Gaming just overtook someone to climb into 5th place. Looks like Amy and Jzill Gaming are still neck and neck for 5th. Waintron NT4 is chipping away at Amy's lid, now just 1.8 seconds behind. That new mirror is closing in on Buckybird, cutting the gap by 6 seconds. Waintron NT4 is gaining on Amy and is now just 1 second behind. Cap Holster has moved up 1 spot to 10th place. Katsishuk is gaining on Eki Tapsambonk X, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Wayne Trinaniki 4 is inching closer to Amy, cutting the distance by 1 second. Zombush A6 is climbing up the ranks, moving into 11th place. That new Mira is closing in on Naturalian Lucky fast, just 9.5 seconds behind. Katsishuk is gaining on Eki Tapsambong X, inching closer by a little over a second. Wayne Trinandy 4 has climbed 1 spot to sit in 6th place. Papa Kati is driving a 2017 Chevrolet Camaro SS. They're currently in the 18th place, and their fastest lap is 1:8.72. Looks like a steady but not spectacular race so far. Wayne Trinity 4 is making a move up to 5th place. Dumbush 86 is climbing to 10th. A2 Hove is also advancing to 11th. Looks like everyone's on the push. Katsishuk is gaining on Eki Tapsambong X, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Wayne Trinanity 4 is narrowing the distance to Imogen Tempest by 2 seconds. Buckybird is climbing up 1 spot to take 18th place. Zombush 86 is on a tier, climbing 4 spots to 6th place. Buckybird is narrowing the gap on Dank Nuggins, closing in by 1.6 seconds. Naturalian Lucky is hot on Indigopic's tail, closing the distance by 2.5 seconds. H2 Hove is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 8th place. Lazy Towner is doing the same, also gaining 3 spots to 9th. Imogen Tempest is climbing up 1 spot to 3rd. Katsishuk is gaining on Eki Tapsambong X, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Wayne Trinity 4 has moved up one spot to 4th. Jill Gaming is closing in on Zombush 86, reducing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Katsushuk is gaining on Eki Stapsumbong X, and is now just a few car lengths behind. Wayne Trinity 4 is inching closer to Imogen Tempest, the gap shrinking steadily. Jitzel Gaming is closing in on Zombush 86, not giving up yet. Wayne Trinity 4 is closing in on Imogen Tempest, cutting the gap by 1.8 seconds. Brenda Buster has moved up one spot to 12. Joey Pastrami has gained 2 positions and is now 13. Wayne Trinity 4 is closing in on Imogen Tempest, the gap shrinking by 3.5 seconds. Yates Silgaming is catching Zombush 86, closing the distance by 1.6 seconds. Papa KC has moved up one spot to 14th place. Wayne Trinity 4 is inching closer to Imogen Tempest, closing the gap by a little over a second. Jacoming is gaining on Zombush 86, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Wayne Trinity 4 is now in 3rd place, climbing up the ranks. Yates Gaming is chipping away at Zombush 86's lead, closing the gap by 3.7 seconds. Owen Storm is hot on Lazy Tanner's tail, narrowing the distance by 1.2 seconds. Wenny's Guitarist 7 is gaining on Imogen Tempest quickly, closing the gap by 2.30 seconds. Naturalian Lucky has climbed one spot to 15th place. Platinum Mera has also moved up one spot, now sitting in 17th. Winning on Imogen Tempest is gaining on Imogen Tempest, closing the gap by just over a second. Yates Selgaming is hot on Zombush 86's tail, closing in by a bit more than a second. Betsmar is climbing up the field, moving into the 19th spot. Winning Meister 7 is gaining on Imogen Tempest fast, closing the gap by 3 seconds. Joey Pastrami has climbed one spot to 12. Buckyboard has also moved up one spot to 13. Weddy's Guitaristic 7 is gaining on Imogen Tempest, closing the distance by 1.6 seconds. Lazy Towner is catching H2 Hova, cutting the gap by 1.4 seconds. Cap Holster is climbing up the leaderboard, moving into 17th place. Cap Holster is chipping away at Platinumera's lead, closing the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Morningstarsel has just climbed one spot to 18. Betsmar is narrowing the distance to Brandabuster by a second and a half. Owen Storm is right behind Lazy Towner now, just a blink away. Cap Holster is catching up to Platinumera quickly. Duncan Nuggins is gaining on me, closing the distance by almost 2 seconds. Platinumera is racing a 2003 Mitsubishi Evo 8FQ 400. They started in the 21st position and are currently in 16th. Looks like they're slowly climbing up, but still have some work to do to catch the leaders. Storm is now in 9th place, climbing 1 spot. Amy is cutting down the distance to Lazy Towner by 2 seconds. Papa Cassie is gaining on Dank Nuggins, closing the gap by 3 seconds. Wayne Trinity 4 is closing in on Kazushuk fast, just 13 seconds behind now. Natural Alien Lucky is climbing up to 13th place, leaving someone behind. Vetsmar is driving a 2016 Porsche 718 Cayman S. They're currently in the 20th place, struggling a bit with a fastest lap of 1 minute, 7 seconds and 5 milliseconds. Looks like a tough race for them so far. A Windstorm climbs to 8th place. Lazy Towner moves into 9th. Joey Pastrami is chipping away at Amy's lead, closing the gap by over a second. Katsushuk is chipping away at A Tapsenbongcx, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Amy has climbed 1 spot to 10th place. Joey Pastrami is also up 1 spot, now 11th. Morningstar is gaining fast on H2 Hovey, now just over 13 seconds behind. Wenny Guitaristic 7 is closing in on Imogen Tempest, less than a second and a half away. Zombush 86 is creeping up on X8 Guitarist X7, closing the gap by a little over a second. Katsushuk is holding second but just set the fastest lap, so he's definitely pushing for a late surge. The track's tight corners and short straights are favoring the agile cars like the SSC Tuatera and Spiker, while the heavier muscle cars are struggling to keep pace. Winty Squadron 7 is catching up to Imogen Tempest, closing the gap by just over a second. Zombush 86 is hot on XX Guitarist X7's heels, closing in by nearly 2 seconds. Looks like the race is heating up. Lazy Towner is gaining on Alwyn Storm, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Indigo Pate is making a move on Buckybird, closing it by 2.5 seconds. Cap Holster is inching closer to Platinum Era, reducing the distance by 1.6 seconds. Katsushuk is now just a second behind Iti Tapsambong X. Zombush 86 is also closing in on Neke's Guitarist X7. Natural Yun Lucky is gaining on the Lazy Towner, inching closer. Winnie Sanctitative 7 is gaining on Imogen Tempest fast, just a few seconds behind now. Natural Yun Lucky is closing in on Lazy Towner, inching closer with every lap. Cap Holster is climbing up to 15th place, making a nice move through the field. Wangitkia 67 is now just a few car lengths behind Imogen Tempest. Natural Yun Lucky is closing the distance to Lazy Towner. Looks like a battle is brewing. Atu Hova is gaining rapidly on Platinum Era. Could be an interesting overtake soon. Wenny Gaitarsen is gaining on Imogen Tempest, closing the gap by 2:30 seconds. Storm is inching closer to JZL Gaming, reducing the distance by 1.6 seconds. Naturalian Lucky and Lazy Towner are locked in a fierce fight for 9th place. When Ecadaris 7 is really closing in on Imogen Tempest, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Storm is right behind JZL Gaming, closing in by 1 second. Naturalian Lucky just moved up 1 spot to 9th place. Imogen Tempest is now in 3rd place. Winnie Ecadaris 7 is closing the gap on Wayne Tran 94 by 3 seconds. Lucky Bird has moved up to 12th place. Winning Ecadaris 7 is climbing up to 4th place. Indigo Pate is now in 14th. Cap Holster is closing the gap on Joey Pastrami, less than a second and a half behind. Wendy's Guitarista 7 is gaining on Imogen Tempest, closing the gap by a second and a bit. Lucky Bird is climbing up to 11th place, leaving someone behind. Lucky Bird is gaining on Lazy Towner, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Indigo Pate and Amy are nose to tail in 12th place. Papa Cassie is inching closer to Dent Nuggins, cutting the distance by over a second. Joey Pastrami is making a move, climbing up to 11th place after overtaking 3 cars. Zombush 86 is closing in on Wayne Tran 94, cutting the gap by 2.5 seconds. Lucky Bird and Joey Pastrami are nose to tail for 11th place, so expect some fireworks soon. Imogen Tempest is really pushing to overtake Kazishuk now. Wayne Tran 94 is closing in on Ekis Guitarist 7 with a bit of a charge. Cap Holster is making a move on Indigopit, closing the gap quickly. Imogen Tempest is gaining on Kazishuk, closing the gap by almost 3 seconds. Cap Holster is chipping away at Indigo Pete, just a bit over a second. Betsmar is climbing up 1 spot to take 19th place. Imogen Tempest is catching Kazishuk fast, just a second behind now. Naturalian Lucky is inching closer to Windstorm. Not much left to catch. Cap Holster is closing in on Indigopity, but still a bit to go. Imogen Tempest is really eyeing Kazishuk now, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Morning Starsel just sneaked into the top 20 with a nice move up 1 spot. Naturalian Lucky is really pushing to catch Windstorm, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Maya is hot on Brando Buster's tail, closing in by 2.5 seconds. Maya is closing in on Brando Buster. The gap is now just over a second. Amy and Buckybird are still nose to nose for 12th place. Wayne Tran 94 is gaining on X Guitarist XA7, closing the gap by over a second. Amy has climbed 1 spot to 12. Morning Starsel is narrowing the distance to Platinum Era, cutting it down by a second. Morningstar Soul is climbing to 16th place. H2 Hovaya is now in 17th place. Betsma has moved up to 18th place. Looks like the race is heating up. Joey Pastrami is chipping away at Lazy Towner's lead, closing in by almost 2 seconds. Brando Booster is climbing up to the 18th place. Duncan Nuggins is making a move to 21st. Wayne Trinity 4 is inching closer to Executor 67, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Duncan Nuggins is making a move on Platinum Era, cutting the distance by 2.7 seconds. Papa Akasi has climbed 1 spot to 22nd place. Katsushuk is holding 2nd place and has the fastest lap, so he's definitely pushing hard but still chasing the leader. Wendy's Gamtest is gaining on Imogen Tempest, closing the distance by 1.3 seconds. Naturalian Lucky has climbed 2 spots to 7th place. Brenda Booster is inching closer to Betsmar, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Joey Pastrami is climbing fast into 8th place. Amy is also making moves into 9th. Indigo Payday storming through the field into 10th. Looks like a tight battle behind them. Yanti Guitaristic 7 is gaining on Imogen Tempest, closing the gap by just over a second. Amy is closing in on Joey Pastrami, cutting the distance by a bit more than a second and a half. Morningstars has climbed 2 places and is now in 14th. Wendy's Gutierrez 7 is gaining on Imogen Tempest, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Joey Pastrami is hot on Naturalian Lucky's tail, making a move. Sunbush 86 is inching closer to Cap Holster. Might be a pass soon. Katsushuk is gaining on Enki's Tapsumbonk X, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Wanky Tasty has climbed 1 spot to 3rd place. Katsushuk is gaining on Net East Tapsumbonk X, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Ganita Guitarist 7 is now within striking distance of Katsushuk, cutting the distance by almost 2 seconds. Wayne Trinity 4 has moved up 1 spot and is now in 4th place. Jade's Ilgaming is climbing to 5th place. Joey Pastrami is now 7th. Amy is knocking on 8th door. Joey Pastrami is climbing to 6th place. Amy is now 7th. Indigo Pady is knocking on the door of the top 10 in 8th. Cap Holster is now in 9th place. Sunbush 86 has moved into 10th. Morningstar is climbing into 13th. Katsushuk is inching closer to Wenti Tapsumbongix. Just a second and a bit behind now. Yates Ilgaming is sneaking up on Wayne Trinity 4, closing that gap steadily. Cap Holster is gaining on Indigo Pete, not letting them breathe easy. Katsushuk is closing in on Anna Tapsumbongi X, cutting the gap by 3.1 seconds. Naturalian Lucky has moved up 1 spot to 14. Lazy Town also gained 1 spot, now sitting in 15th. Katsushuk is gaining on Nereti Tapsumbong X, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Wayne Trinity 4 is chipping away at IXEGIQUITARIS X7, reducing the distance by 1.5 seconds. Cap Holster is climbing the ladder, moving up 1 spot to 8th place. Yeet Selgaming is right behind Wayne Trinity 4 now. Naturally Lucky is gaining on H2 Hova at a decent pace. Buckybird just sneaked into the top 15. Wayne Trinity 4 is closing in on Exeguitaris X7. The gap shrinking fast. Maya just climbed 1 spot to 22nd place. Wayne Trinity 4 is closing in on Exeguitaris 7, the gap shrinking by nearly 3 seconds. Zombush 86 has climbed 1 spot into 9th. Awing Storm has also gained 1 position, now in 10th. Wayne Trinity 4 is closing in on Exeguitaris 7, chipping away at the gap by 2.7 seconds. Morningstarsel has climbed 1 spot to 11. H2 Hove has also moved up 1 spot to 12. Platnumera is closing in on Indigopit fast, just 7.5 seconds behind now. Wayne Trinity 4 is chipping away at Exeguitaris X7, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Naturally Unlucky has moved up 1 spot to 13, climbing the ranks. Cap Holster is driving a 2015 Jaguar XKRS. They're currently in 8th place, just ahead of the Spiker and the Corvette. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite in the podium fight. Weningan and Exeguitaris Z7 is gaining on Kazishuk, now just a second behind. Amy is hot on Joey Pastrami's tail, closing the gap by a full second. Wayne Trinity 4 is gaining on Exeguitaris XA7 and closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Amy has moved up 1 spot to sit in 6th place. Awing Storm is narrowing the distance to Zombush 86 by 1.7 seconds. Amy is closing in on JZL Gaming, cutting the gap by 2.2 seconds. Zombush 86 is climbing 2 spots to 7th place. Awing Storm is also up 2 spots, now 8th. Morningstarsel advances to 9th place. H2 Hove climbs to 10th place. Naturally Unlucky moves up to 11th place. Indigo Pete is hot on Cap Holster's tail now, closing the gap by 6.7 seconds. Wayne Trinity 4 is creeping closer to Exeguitaris X7, chipping away at that lead by 1 second. Awing Storm is inching up on Zombush 86, narrowing the distance by 1.2 seconds. Naturalian Lucky is gaining on H2 Hovia, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Platnumera is inching closer to Indigopity, cutting the distance by over a second. Papa KC is climbing up one spot to take 18th place. Wayne Trinine 84 is climbing to 3rd place. Natural Yun Lucky is now in 10th. Luckybird is closing the gap on H2 Hove by nearly 2 seconds. Maya is in 2nd place, driving a 2011 Cadillac CT SV. The car's fastest lap is 1:8.396, which is decent but not quite matching the leaders. Looks like a steady race so far. Yates Elgaming is in 5th place, driving a 2013 Aston Martin Vanquish. Their fastest lap is a 1:5.33.3, so they're holding steady but not exactly setting the pace. Natural Yun Lucky is climbing to 9th place. H2 Hove is making a move to 10th. Luckybird is pushing into 11th. Looks like they're all on the rise. Indigo Peti is climbing up to 15th place. Platinumera is now in 16th. Brenda Booster is catching up to Morningstar Soul, closing the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Indigo Peti is gaining on Cap Holster, closing the gap by 1.42 seconds. Brenda Booster has moved up one spot to take the 17th place. Owing Storm and Zombush 86 are neck and neck for 7th place. Papa Kasi just gained a spot, now in 19. Waning Trinity 4 is inching closer to Kazushuk, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Wenis Devin is hot on Wayne Trinity 4's tail, also closing by 1.2 seconds. Amy is gaining on JZL Gaming, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Natural Yun Lucky is chipping away at Zombush 86's lead, closing the gap by 2.7 seconds. Luckybird is climbing up to 10th place. Lazy Towner is narrowing the distance to Joey Pastrami by 1.4 seconds. Luckybird is gaining on Natural Yun Lucky fast, closing the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Cap Holster is inching closer to Lazy Towner, just over a second behind now. Morningstar Soul is climbing up to the 17th spot, making some moves. Cap Holster is right behind Lazy Towner now, closing the gap steadily. Papa Katsi is also gaining on Brando Buster, inching closer with every lap. Amy is catching JZL Gaming fast. Owing Storm is right behind Amy now. Luckybird is gaining on Natural Yun Lucky. Things are heating up. Luckybird is gaining on Natural Yun Lucky, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Maya is inching closer to Dank Nuggins but still has some work to do. Papa Katsi is in the last place with a Chevrolet Camaro SS from 2017. Looks like the race isn't his strong suit today, and he's already a good chunk behind the leaders. Katsushuk is gaining on Enki Tabsambong X fast enough to make it interesting. Owen Storm is closing in on Amy, but still a bit behind. Betsmar's climbing up to the 19th spot, so keep an eye on that. Maya is now just a few seconds behind Papa KC. Looks like a potential overtake coming up. Wendy Estevan is gaining on Wingtran 94, but still a bit of distance to close. Katsishuk is inching closer to Wei Tabsambong Dix. Not enough yet, but watch that space. Katsishuk is gaining on Eki Sabsamong X, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Wendy's Guitaristic 7 is catching Wingtran 94, narrowing it by 2.2 seconds. Awing Storm is climbing up one spot to take 6th place. Luckyboard is gaining on Naturalian Lucky, and is now just a few seconds behind. Betsmar is also closing in on Brandobuster, inching closer with every lap. Dosh. Katsishuk is right behind at Giddy Tapsambong 6 now, closing the gap rapidly. Natural Young Lucky is gaining on Zombush 86, not far behind. Indigo Pate is inching closer to Cap Holster, but still a bit of a stretch. Veni Tapsambong 6 is leading the race in a 2019 SSC Tuatara. They're setting the pace with the fastest lap so far and have a comfortable lead over Kazishuk. Looks like they're in control for now. Yates Ulgaming is gaining on Ankik's Guitarist 67, inching closer. Natural Union Lucky is on the hunt for Zombush 86, closing the gap fast. Platinum Umira is making a move on Indigopity, closing in steadily. Natural Young Lucky is hot on Zombush 86's tail now. Betsmar is making a move on Brandobuster as well. Looks like the gaps are shrinking fast. Wingtran 94 is holding a solid third, but still a good distance from Joey Pastrami, who is in 12th. Joey's got some ground to make up, but with a few laps left, anything can happen. Buckyboard climbs to 9th place. H2 Hove is gaining on Naturalian Lucky, closing the gap by over a second and a third. Betsma is hot on Brandobuster's tail, closing in by almost 2 seconds. Katsishuk is gaining on NIT Tapsambong X, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Buckyboard is inching closer to Zombush 86, cutting the distance by 1.4 seconds. Zombush 86 is gaining on Amy and closing the gap by a second and a half. Betsmar is hot on Brandobuster's tail, closing in by over 2 seconds. Dank Nuggins is creeping up on Betsmar, closing the gap by a little over a second. Cap Holster is slicing through the track, closing in on Lazy Towner by almost 2 seconds. Betsmar just snuck past someone to climb into the 18th spot. Wenikaji 7 is closing in on Wayne 94, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Dank Nuggins is climbing up one spot to take the 19th place. Morning Starzl is climbing up to 16th place. I am catching up to Papa KC, closing the gap by 1/4 seconds. Maya is currently in 8th place with a Cadillac CTSV from 2011. Her fastest lap is 1 minute 8:39.6 seconds. Looks like she's holding her own, but not quite in the front pack. Detsmar is gaining on Platinumera rapidly, closing the distance by 8.2 seconds. Platinumera is not letting Morningstar get away easily, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Katsishuk is leading in a 2019 SS C2 known for its incredible speed and aerodynamics. They seem to be comfortably ahead, maintaining a fast lap under a minute. Looks like a dominant performance so far. Wenti Guterres W7 is closing in on Wainchu 94, cutting the gap by 3.7 seconds. Amy has moved up 1 spot to 6th place. Zombush 86 has also gained 1 position, now in 7th. Lazy Towner advances 2 spots to 11th place. Kaphodsta also moves up 2 spots to 12th place. Indigo Pate climbs 1 spot to 14th place. Naturalian Lucky is driving a 2015 Jaguar F-Type SVR, which is known for its sleek design and powerful V8 engine. They are currently in 8th place, holding steady, but not making much progress. The race seems to be a bit of a struggle for them today. Morningstar is closing in on Buckybird, now just 8.7 seconds behind. Naturalian Lucky has climbed 2 spots to sit in 6th place. Ashton Oweya has also moved up 2 spots, now in 7th. Cap Hodster is climbing fast into the top 10. O-Wing Storm and Indigopati are also making their way up, closing the gap. Looks like a tight battle for the middle of the pack. Indigo Pete is gaining on O-Wing Storm, now just a second behind. Brenda Buster is catching Dank Nuggins, closing the gap by over a second. Katsishuk is sitting comfortably in 2nd, but just barely. He's got the fastest lap, so he's pushing hard, but he needs to find a way past the leader if he wants to win. Cap Holster is gaining on Lazy Towner and closing the gap to just a few seconds. Dank Nuggins is also making moves on Betsmar, inching closer with every lap. Dank Nuggins is driving a Lotus Evoris from 2014. Their race seems to be a bit of a struggle with the slowest lap times so far. Wendy Skitterzet is gaining on Wayne Trinity 4, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Maya is inching closer to Papa KC, but still a second behind. Indigo Pate just overtook someone to move into 11th place. Wind Storm and Indigopet are nose to tail, fighting for that 10th spot. Brandon Booster is driving a 2000 Ford Mustang SVT Cobra R. They're currently in 8th place but are quite a bit behind the leaders. Looks like a steady but slow climb for now. Windstorm is climbing up to 11th place. Zombush 86 is also making moves to 13th place. Yates Silgaming is gaining on X Guitar 67, closing the gap to just over a second. H2 Hoy is hot on the heels of Natural I Am Lucky, also trimming the distance by a little over a second. H22 Hova is climbing up to 6th place. Joey Pastrami is also moving up to 7th. Looks like they're both on the push. Lazy Towner is climbing to 8th place. Cap Holster is pushing into 9th. Old Windstorm is sneaking into 10th. Looks like a little shuffle at the back. Zombush 86 is climbing up to 12th place. Amy is now 13th place. Buckyboard is in 14th place. The race is heating up. Indy Capeta is driving a 2009 BMW M3 GTS. They're currently in 12th place, holding steady but not making much progress. Their fastest lap is a 16.184. Cap Holster is gaining on Lazy Towner, closing the gap by 1 second. That New Mera is catching up to Morningstar Soul, shrinking the distance by 2.6 seconds. Wayne Trinity 4 is holding a solid 3rd but still quite a gap from the leaders. Joey Pastrami is in 8th but closing in with a quicker lap. Looks like a final push for the podium is on the cards. Wow, look at that! Eddie Tapsambongix just took the top spot. Guess all those practice laps really paid off. Well done! Wow, massive congratulations to Wendy Tapsambunks for crossing the finish line first. That was an impressive run. You definitely earned that victory today. And great job to Kazushuk for grabbing the fastest lap. You're now the proud owner of a 2019 SSC Toyota, a modern street car that's pretty much the definition of speed. Also, shout out to Wayne Train 94 for winning the bet race. You get to take home a 2015 Koenigsegg Agera RS, which is absolutely a beast on the streets. Well played, everyone. Sure thing. Did you know the Buxton Rumbler track is famous for its tricky, twisty turns that make even the most confident drivers second-guess their skills? It's like a roller coaster for cars, but without the safety harnesses. Perfect place for some AI chaos to unfold. Ooh, that's a pretty interesting matchup. The 1968 Porsche 909 Bergspider is a classic and lightweight, so it might have some agility on its side. On the other hand, the 1966 Chinook Mark II sounds like it could pack a punch, though details are a bit sketchy. If I had to guess, I'd say Gravy Graves with the Porsche might have a slight edge in handling and speed on Buxton Rumbler. But hey, anything can happen with AI racers, especially when the cars are as vintage as these. Let's see who takes the glory. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Buxton Rumbler, and leading the pack in vintage ultralights is Naibe, cruising in a classic 1967 Nissan R380, a 2. Looks like the nostalgia is kicking in early. Naibe has shot off the line and taken the lead. Commander Juice is holding strong in second, while our Raphael is hanging on in third. Looks like a tight battle forming early. Maya and Gravy Graves are nose to tail for fourth place. Rondom 69 just snuck into seventh. The Grand Enchanter is climbing fast, now in 15. Naibe is leading the race with a vintage Nissan R380, a 2 from 1967. It's been quick off the line and maintaining the top spot. Looks like they're holding a steady pace, no signs of slowing down. Maya is closing in on Amy for 5th place. Gemaster Tegemanine, 1000 Rondom 69, are wheel to wheel for 7. This race is heating up. Maya is battling to regain ground after dropping to the 17th place. Ayarafaye is narrowing the gap to Commander Juice by 1.6 seconds. Amy is climbing up to 5th place, making some progress. Commander Juice is now in 1st place. Gravy Graves has climbed to 2nd. Rondom 69 has moved up to 4th. Looks like the race is heating up. Raphael is making a move up to 2nd place. Red Panda Menini 4 and Makwason 1980 are both climbing 1 spot each, now sitting in 14th and 15th. Gravy Graves is climbing to second place. Amy is now in fourth. Jamastate Gamer 9000 has moved up to fifth. Amy just overtook someone to move into third place. Gravy Graves and Amy are nose to nose for second. Jamasta the Gamer 9000 is climbing up to fourth, inching closer to the top. Adi. Amy is now in second place. Ronan69 has moved up to fourth. Gaming Toe Fight Cancer is climbing to ninth. Rondom69 is driving a vintage Porsche 906, a classic racing car known for its agility. They are currently in third place, staying close behind the leader. Their fastest lap is a solid 19.198 seconds, so they're holding their own well. Gaming Toe Fight Cancer is driving a 1960 Alfa Romeo Giulietta Spider. They are currently in 10th place, and seem to be struggling a bit with their lap times compared to others in the group. Commander Juice is leading in a vintage ultralights Porsche 909 Bergspider from 1968. The car is known for its lightweight design and agility. Looks like they're holding a solid lead with the fastest lap so far. The track's tight corners seem to favor the vintage ultralights with quick lap times, but the longer straights are giving the Group 2 cars a chance to catch up. Rondom69 is inching closer to Commander Juice, closing a gap by 1.2 seconds. Gravy Graves is gaining on Amy, shrinking the distance by 3 seconds. Gamaster to Gamanine 1000 is catching up to Gravy Graves fast. I2 Hove AA is right behind Jamaster the Gamer 9000. Meg's Boring Life is creeping closer to H2 Hova Darseli. This race is heating up. Gravy Graves is climbing to third place. Meg's Boring Life is making a move to sixth. Looks like some steady progress. Wow, Commander Juice just took the top spot. Guess all that juice-powered energy paid off. Wow, what a fantastic victory for Commander Juice. Congratulations on crossing that finish line first. Looks like their AI car just couldn't be beaten today. Great job, Commander Juice. A fun fact about the 2022 Williams FW44 is that despite being a car from a team that's historically been more about the underdog story than consistent podium finishes, it actually features some pretty clever aerodynamics to help it slip through the air better. It's like the quiet kid in class who turns out to be a genius after all. Well, with both drivers being pretty much a mystery, this race is shaping up to be a real game of chance. Since neither of them has a clear edge or track record, I'd say it's a toss-up. It could come down to who makes the fewest mistakes or who gets the best start. Honestly, this might be the most unpredictable race we've seen so far. So I'm just here for the chaos and surprises. Let's see who surprises us all and takes the win. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Twin Ring Motegi West and Queen Manda is on pole position, tearing up the track in her 2022 AlphaTauri, a T03. Buckle up, it's gonna be a fun ride. Queen Manda is leading the race, T-Bomb is holding second, and Davila is in third place. Looks like a tight start so far. Davila just overtook someone to move into second place. T-Bomb and Davila are nose to tail for second. Gymnasta Tegaminin, Tausend Tem Tedeum are locked in a close fight for third. T-Bomb and Davila are nose to nose for second place. Der Let's Go and Yakiraman are locked in a close fight for fifth. Schmetz and Leave and Mighty Chunk are battling hard for ninth. Double just overtook someone to take the 10th place. It's Sarah Paris closing in, now in 13th. Amy is making a move, climbing to 17th. Its Therapair is now in 21st place. Yaki Raman and G Master the Gamer 9. Thousand are nose to nose for 4. Double and Mighty Chunk are fighting hard for 9. Schmerz and Leave and Double are nose to nose for 10th place. Rondom 69 just snuck into 15th. Its Therapair is climbing up to 20th. Double is really having a rough time dropping to 18th place. Schmerzenlive is climbing steadily to 10th. Unistix is also making moves up to 11th. Gavilaven just took the lead from Queen Manda. They are now battling for the top spot. Ikori Hamzam has moved up to 21st place. Queen Manda just took the lead, claiming first place. Der Let's Go is closing in on Yakiran, chipping away at the gap by 1.7 seconds. Orange Funk and Red Panda Minity 4 are locked in a fierce fight for 7th place. Unistix is closing in on Mighty Chunk, closing the gap by 2 seconds. They are battling for 10th place. Rondom 69 and Gliding Penguin are neck and neck for 13. Maya is now in 14th place, closing in on Rondom 69. Cheese and Dashhour and Maya are still nose to tail for the same spot. No clear overtake yet, but the tension is thick. Gliding Penguin and Mystic are nose to tail for 12th place. Hikari Hamzam is chipping away at Amy, closing the gap by a second and a third. Orange Funk is climbing to 7th place. Red Panda Menady 4 and Orange Funk are battling hard for that spot. Gliding Penguin has moved up to 12th place. Red Panda Menady 4 is climbing up to 7th place. Amy is now 17th. Queen Manda is leading the race, comfortably in the AlphaTauri at T03. Her fastest lap is a 29.233, indicating she's maintaining good pace. Looks like she's in control so far. The F1 2022 cars seem well matched for Twin Ring Motegi West, with close lap times showing the track favors their handling and speed. The mix of teams and car classes keeps the race unpredictable, but overall, the car class isn't giving anyone a huge advantage today. The tight corners and short straights are favoring the cars with better handling like the AlphaTaurus and Mercedes, while the Williams and Haas are struggling to keep up. Orange Funk has gained one position and is now in 7th place. Red Panda Manatee 4 and Orange Funk are nose to tail fighting for 7th place. Maya and Rondon 69 are locked in a close scrap for 13th place. Wow! Queen Manda just took the checkered flag. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Congratulations on the win! Wow! Congratulations to Queen Manda! They really showed those cars who's boss out there. I guess all that reigning royalty gave them the royal treatment on the track. Sure thing. Did you know that GT1 racing cars used to be so wild and powerful that some of them could surpass 200 miles per hour on straightaways? They were basically the superheroes of the racing world, blending road car looks with race car attitude. It's like having a supercar that decided to go full throttle on the track. Alright everyone, hurry up and pick your favorite car before time runs out. You don't want to miss out on the excitement. Get those selections in now. Alright, so we have Rexenzerer, who's a bit of a mystery with not much info. and are seasoned pro with over 2,000 races under their belt, and a solid winning record. Given that, I'd say the experienced driver has the edge here. They've been around the block enough times to know how to handle the twists and turns of Al Capone Raceway. Rex and Sarah might be a wild card, but I'm betting on the one with the proven track record to take the win. What do you all think? Alright folks, the race kicks off at Al Capone Raceway, and leading the pack is Rex and Zero in the mighty 1998 Porsche 911 GT 198. Starting on pole. Let's see if that classic can hold off the pack. The race kicks off with Rex and Zero leading the pack, followed closely by myself in second place, and Amy hanging on in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Maya has just claimed the top spot. So Pro 3 and Next Romoville are both climbing up one place each, sitting in 4th and 6th respectively. Next Romoville is really having a rough time dropping to the back of the pack. Salman Zaman is right behind, also falling back quite a bit. Simple Markers is making some progress, climbing 2 spots to secure the 6th position. Salman Zaman is on a roll, climbing 9 places to 11. Simple Markers is chipping away at the Gold Nerd, closing in steadily. Mirnui Da and Ren Kaori are locked in a fierce scrap for the 18th spot. The Goldner just overtook someone to take 4th place. Just Panchakas and Wauxi B are both climbing up to 11th and 12th respectively. Looks like the pack is shifting. Dorog is climbing up 1 spot to take 6th place. Simplemakas and Dorog are nose to nose for 6th. Just Panchakes and Queen Manda are locked in a close fight for 10th. The Gold Nerd is gaining on Amy and closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. They are neck and neck for 3rd place. Starbucks and Simple Markers are also locked in a close fight for 7th. Simple Markers is climbing to 6th place. Exclusivagox is now in 12th. Someone is catching Wauxi CB, cutting the gap by a second. Looks like someone just sneaked into 13th place. Wauxi B and the other driver nose to nose for that same spot. Nixa Romoval is gaining on Mermuda, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Simple Markers just overtook someone to move into 5th place. Sir Prothry and Simple Markers are still battling for that spot. Starbucks is also climbing up to 7th place. Dorog is climbing up to 7th place. Starbucks and Dorog are nose to nose for 7th. Nixa Romaval is chipping away at Mermu's lead, closing the gap by 2.5 seconds. S7 Games is catching up to Starbucks, closing the distance by 140 seconds. Nixa Romaval is making a move on Imudar, shrinking the gap by 3 seconds. Simple Markers is closing in on Begoldnet, closing the gap by 1.1 second. The Exclusivo Gods and Queen Manda are battling for 11th place. Ren Kaori and Wauk CB are fighting for 15th place. Begoldnet and Amy are nose to tail for 3rd place. Just Panchakis is climbing to 9th. Ren Kaori is making a move to 15th. Da Rogue and Sir Prothri are neck and neck for 6th place. Nixa Romaval is closing in on Mermudar, chipping away at the gap. Da Rogue just moved up 1 spot to 6th place. Starbucks and Sir Prothri are locked in a close fight for 7th. Nixa Romaval is closing in on Mermudar, cutting the gap by 3 seconds. Da Rogue is gaining on Simple Markers, closing the gap by over a second. Starbucks has climbed 1 spot into 7th place. Nixa Romaval is closing in on Mermudar, reducing the distance by almost 2 seconds. Begoldnet is making a move up to 3rd place. Da Rogue is closing in on Simple Markers, now just over 2 seconds behind. Queen Manda is gaining on S7 Games, cutting the gap by a little over a second. Da Rogue is gaining on Simple Markers, cutting the distance by over a second. Nixa Romaval is also closing in on Mermudar, inching closer by nearly 2 seconds. Wow, Maya, you really sped past everyone. Congratulations on the win. Looks like you're the one to beat. Congratulations to Maya for winning the race. That was an incredible performance. And hey, with the fastest lap, Maya can now claim the 1998 Porsche 911 GT 198. Not too shabby at all. Great job to everyone who raced today, and stay tuned for more high-speed fun. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering ability. Shanghai's mix of tight turns and long straightaways means a car that can stay planted through the curves and accelerate smoothly out of them will have the advantage. Top speed is nice, but making those sharp corners without losing control is the real key here. Balance and agility will be the game changers in this race. Hey everyone! We're about to hit the final seconds. If you haven't chosen your car yet, now's the time. Don't miss out on the chance to cheer for your favorite machine as it zooms into the race. Get your picks in before it's too late. Alright, this is a throwback showdown for the ages. The 1970 Ford Mustang Boss is a classic muscle car with a reputation for power and style. But it's also known to be a bit of a handful on tight corners. On the other hand, the 1969 AMC Javelin has a unique charm and might surprise us with some unexpected agility. But it's generally considered a bit less aggressive on the power front. Given the track is Shanghai with its mix of technical sections and high-speed straights, I'd probably lean towards the Mustang Boss having the edge because of its straight-line speed and handling capabilities. But hey, surprises are what makes racing exciting, especially with these vintage beasts. So, I'll go with the Mustang Boss to take the win, but don't count the Javelin out just yet. Alright folks, Vintage Trans I'm on the Shanghai track, and Lux Ravenous is starting on pole with a classic 1968 Dodge Dart. Let's see if that vintage beast can hold the lead, or if the newer rivals will overtake. Lux Ravenous has taken an early lead. Jackson DeBox is holding strong in second, and Esteban Games is in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Naibe just overtook two cars to climb into 6th place. Afro Naibe are nose-to-tail fighting for 6th. Gravy Graves gained 1 spot and is now in 10th. Gravy Graves and Jay Boogie are battling hard for 9th. Jordan F is climbing up to 4th place. Margalis Vet and Jordan F are nose-to-nose for that same spot. Afro is sneaking into 6th place. Vargalas Vet just overtook someone to take 4th place. Naibe is climbing 2 spots to 5th. Jordan F and Naibe are nose-to-tail for 5th place. Looks like a good fight. Amin Sun is on the move, climbing 3 spots to reach the 19th position. Gravy Graves and Naya are nose-to-tail fighting for 10th place. Ragu just gained 1 position, now sitting 16th. Afro is now in 6th place, closing the gap. Gravy Graves has climbed to 10th, making a move. Ragu is up to 15th, inching forward. Maya is closing in on the pack, inching closer to the top 10. Amy and Jay Boogie are still neck and neck for 8th place. Aminsan and Adonet44 are trading positions in the mid-pack, fighting for 18th. Rosaurus just overtook someone to climb into 20th. Daydream Keeper, and Silent Fox. 113 and nose-to-nose for 12th place. Dragoo just gained a spot to move into 14th. Mission Man is also climbing up one spot to 17th. Forty Afro just overtook someone to move into 5th place. Naiba and Forty Afro are nose-to-nose for 5th. Jordan F and Naibe are also battling hard for 6th. Jordan F just overtook someone to climb to 6th place. The fight for 5th between Jordan F and Forty Afro is heating up. Young Chubby Panda and Adonet 44 are locked in a close scrap for 21st. Naiba just overtook someone to take 6th place. J Boogie is also climbing up one spot to 7th. Jordan F and J Boogie are nose-to-nose for 7th place. Looks like a close fight. Jordan F is climbing up to 7th place. Mission Man is also moving up one spot to 15th. Simple Markers and Mission Man are nose to tail for 15th. Simple Markers is climbing up to 15th place. Mission Man and Simple Markers are battling it out for 15th. Anarchy 6 is also advancing, now in 19th place. Gravy Graves and Amy are nose to tail for 9th place. Mission Man just snuck into 15th. Wendy Tapsumbonk X is climbing to 22nd. Forty Afro and Vargala Set are nose to tail for 4th place. Gravy Graves just gained one spot and is now 9th. Amy and Gravy Graves are also fighting for 9th. Yakshinda Box is now in 1st place. Estavan Games has moved up to 2nd. Lux Ravenous is right behind in 3rd, and they're battling hard for 2nd place. Lux Ravenous is making a move to the front of the pack. Jordan F and Naibi are locked in a close fight for 6th place. Anarchizix is climbing up to 18th. Jordan F is climbing up to 6th place. Naiba and Jordan F are nose to tail for that spot. Aminsan is inching closer to the top 20. Forty Afro is in games, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Naiba is climbing up to 6th place. Anarchy XX is moving up to 18th place. Amy just gained one spot to take 8th place. Amy and Jordan F are nose to tail for 7th. J Boogie and Amy are locked in a close fight for 8th. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Catgirl TM is gaining on Rosaurus and is now just 1.8 seconds behind. Yisvatingyo is also closing in on Metrixco, cutting the gap to 1.5 seconds. Maya is right behind Gravy Graves now, closing the gap quickly. Anarchizix just moved up one spot to 17. Catgirl TM is gaining on Rosaurus, also closing in by a second and a third. The Dreamkeeper is driving a 1970 Dodge Challenger. They're currently in the middle of the pack, just behind the top 10, with a fastest lap of 2 minutes, 35 seconds. Looks like a steady race, but no fireworks yet. Well, look at that. Luke's Ravenous just took the top spot. Guess they really know how to leave the rest in the dust. Congratulations on the win. Wow! Congratulations to Lux Ravenous! You really put on a show out there. That was some impressive driving. Looks like all those hours practicing paid off. Nice job claiming the top spot. Sure. Did you know that LMP1 cars were so fast and complex that they looked like spaceship prototypes on wheels? They combined cutting-edge technology and aerodynamic design that made them almost unstoppable on the racing circuit. It was like watching a high-tech sci-fi movie, but with more noise and less aliens. Alright, so we've got two mystery drivers in the same 2018 BR, Engineering BR1, at Tor Poznan Reverse. With both being a bit of an unknown, it's like choosing between two boxes of chocolates when you don't know what's inside. If I had to toss a coin, I'd probably lean toward Mission Man. Why? Because sometimes the mystery just means they're hiding their secret sauce, and that little edge can make all the difference. But hey, don't count out Tintinetia just yet. They might be the underdog with a trick or two up their sleeve. Tune in, and let's see who ends up in the winner's circle. My bet. Mission Men might have a slight advantage for the drama of the unknown. Alright folks, Jaimez is on pole with that 2015 Rebellion R1, ready to tear up the Torposen in reverse track. Let's see if they can hold on to that lead. Jaimez has taken the lead right out of the gate. Bubote is holding strong in second place. Aussie Wolfgaming 6017 is currently in third, trying to keep up. Bubote just took the lead, claiming first place. Big Boy Bets and Wauk CB are nose-to-nose for fourth. GC Productions is climbing up to 8th. GC Productions and Amy are fighting hard for 7th. GC Productions is climbing to 7th place. Amy and JC Productions are nose-to-nose for that spot. Maya is advancing to 11th. JC Productions just climbed to 6th place, leaving Violetta Mama in a close fight for that spot. Maya is sneaking into 10th, inching closer to the top 10. JC Productions just overtook someone to move into 5th place. Mission Man is now just 1 second behind me. Mission Man and I are nose-to-nose for 10th place. Violetta Mama and Big Boy Bits are nose-to-tail for 6th place. Gavilaven just gained 1 spot and is now in 12th. Team Tinatea and Gavilaven are also battling closely for 12th. Belthanithi Beast is now in 23rd place. Apex Milkbag and Belthanithi Beast are battling for that spot. Screwchamp has moved up to 26th. Silver Gaming and Apex Milkbag are neck and neck for 24th place. Spikles and Platinumera are locked in a close fight for 28th. Shikamaru advances to 13th place. Apex Milkbag climbs to 23rd. Screwchamp gains 2 spots and is now 24th. Apex Milkbag and Adamflash are neck and neck for 22nd place. Belthanithi Beast just gained 1 spot to 24th. Belthanithi Beast and Apex Milkbag are now fighting over 23rd. Violetta Mama is holding off Big Boy Bets for 6th place. Apex Milkbag and Adamflash are still neck and neck for 22nd. Screwchamp and Belthanithi Beast are battling it out for 24th. Belthanithi Beast has moved up 1 spot to take 23rd place. Apex Milkbag and Belthanithi Beast are battling closely for 23rd. Screwchamp and Apex Milkbag are also fighting for 24th. Shikamaru is climbing up 1 spot to 12th place. Gavilaven and Shikamaru are nose-to-nose for 12th place. Edzos21 is also advancing 1 spot to 19th place. Aussie Wolfgaming 6017 and Jaimez are nose-to-nose for 2nd place. Maya is climbing up 1 spot to 9th. Cheru Netsirosis and Maya are locked in a close fight for 8th. Cheryl Lindsay Roses just climbed 1 spot to 9th place. Exhaust 21 and Bayporn are nose-to-nose for 18th. Platino Mira and Spike Bulls are locked in a close fight for 28th. Big Boy Bets and JC Productions are nose-to-tail for 5th place. Gav11 just gained 1 spot and is now 11th. Mission Man and Dav11 are still locked in a close fight for 11th. Aussie Gaminjix, 1017, and High Mice are neck and neck for 2nd place. Big Boy Bets just gained 1 spot and is now 5th. Maya is climbing up to 10th. Aussie Wolf Gaminjix 1017 is climbing to 2nd place. Maya has moved up 2 spots to 7th. Dav11 is cutting down the gap to Cheryl Mizerosis by 1.5 seconds. Congratulations to Buboti on winning the race. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Well-deserved victory. Wow! Bubote really showed everyone how it's done. Big congratulations on that victory. You earned it. As for the drivers who can claim a car, Maya, you definitely deserve the 2014 Toyota TS040 Hybrid for the most overtakes. Looks like your skills on the track are pretty impressive today. Keep it up. Alright. The 1960 Scarab Indy is quite the unique piece of racing history. Fun fact, it was part of an ambitious attempt by Bill Wonder to create an American alternative to the European dominance in Indy racing. This car was basically a flying wedge with a mid-engine design that aimed to be the future of racing cars. Sadly, despite its innovative design, it didn't quite set the world on fire in the races. But hey, it still remains a fascinating example of American ingenuity and ambition in the racing world. Oh wow. This is a classic battle of the vintage beasts. Basin Nizartwu's Ferrari 375 Indy has that legendary racing pedigree. But the Kuzma Offie is no slouch, either with its unique setup. Honestly, with the Indianapolis Superspeedway's high speeds and long straights, I'd probably lean towards the Kuzma Offie, just because of its potentially better handling at top gear. But then again, the Ferrari is a powerhouse in its own right. I'd say it's a close call, but I'm placing my bet on the Kuzma Offie to take the win today. Let's see if my instincts are right, or if the Ferrari surprises us all. Alright folks, the race just kicked off at Indianapolis Superspeedway, and driving from the front is Unconey Buddy in a vintage 1960 Scarab Indy. Looks like he's got that classic charm and a good start, but let's see if he can hold on to that pole. Uncanny Buddy has shot to the front, holding the lead. Nulavi is right behind in second place, and August Wolfie is close in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Slipseed Gaming is on the move, climbing 3 spots to take the 17th place. Zap Brandigan is inching forward now in 4th. And Maya is making a move, up 2 spots to 6th. Zap Brandigan is climbing up to 3rd place. Maya is making a move to 5th. The battle for 4th between Maya and Oakswolfie looks intense. Aussie Wolf Gaminjix 1017 is slicing through the field, now in 8th place after overtaking 3 cars. Maya is climbing steadily, now in 3rd place after gaining 2 positions. Besson is Artfu and Aussie Wolf Gaminjix 1017 are nose to tail, battling fiercely for 8th. Sotsfired is making a move, climbing 4 spots to 21. Velusto 14 is also on the rise, overtaking 3 cars to settle in 24th. Immobius is gaining ground fast, passing 4 cars to reach 25. Nulavi is now in 1st place. Serotimidev has gained 1 spot and is now in 8th. Serotimidev and Base Nizatu are nose to nose for 7th. Beef Sliders is on a roll, climbing 8 places now, closing in on the top 10. Aussie Wolf Gaminjix 1017 is losing ground, dropping 7 spots and now stuck in the middle of the pack. Amy just gained 1 position, inching closer to the top 8. Immobius is making a move, climbing up to 22nd place after overtaking 3 cars. Aussie Wolf Gaminjix 1017 is having a tough time and has dropped back to 27th. Zero Team Live is gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to sit in 6th. Uncanny Buddy is closing in on Nulavi with a 1.6 second gap. Do it. They are in a fierce fight for 1st place. Bumsy is making a move and has just climbed up to 10th place. Uncanny Buddy is making a move to the front, claiming the top spot. Beef Sliders and a Bumsy are nose to nose for 10th place. Drewerfalls is climbing up to 12th, inching closer to the pack. Rusnapalm 6 just sliced through the field to grab 7th place. Stephen Brinkley and Drewerfalls are nose to nose for 13th. Sasatur and Arlo Coast are also locked in a close fight for 15th. Maya is closing in on Nulavi and has cut the gap by 2.8 seconds. Oakswolfie has gained 1 position and is now in 7th place. Designator was also moved up 1 spot to 8th. Serotimeliv is now in 5th place, climbing 1 spot. Designator also moved up 1 spot to 7th. Oakswolfie and Base Nizart Vu are nose to tail for 7th place. Looks like a close fight. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Amy is now just 5.5 seconds behind Abomzi. Alo Coast has made a clean pass for 12th place. Darigos is now in 16th place after a couple of smooth overtakes. Oakswolfie is climbing fast and now in 5th place. Bazet Nizart Vu and Oakswolfie are nose to nose for 5th. Stephen Brinkley is making the move and now in 9th place. Stephen Brinkley and Abomzi are battling hard for 8th. Wow, Uncanny Buddy. You really outpaced everyone else. Nice job winning the race. Wow, Uncanny Buddy took the win. Congratulations on that epic victory. You must have some serious AI driving skills. As for the rest of you, great effort today. And hey Maya, you earned that 1952 Kuzma Offie for winning the bet race. Looks like you're going to be cruising in some classic style now. Can't wait to see who claims the next prize. Hey everyone! Looks like we need a quick break for some stream maintenance. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes to keep the car races rolling. Grab a snack, stretch your legs, and we'll be right back.